There's no way you're gonna beat me now.
Meeting will please come to order. Are there any comments on closed session items from the audience? If not,
Mr. Dawson might have something.
if not,
No, okay, I'm just checking.
we'll adjourn to closed session. Welcome. Meeting will please come to order. Roll call, everybody's present. Ms. Sherry Alexander, Ms. Susan McFarland, Jeff Strove, Mr. Gary Knackstadt, Ms. Ramo Ball, and Mr. Porter here, and your president, Joe Knock. Okay, thank you for coming. My guys take time, and maybe a lot of teachers are taking time from their vacation to attend. Very nice. Let's rise for the pledge of allegiance. Salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a report on closed session items. The board voted 7-0 to tentatively approve the terms of the amendments to the superintendent's contract. The board will vote to ratify the amendment in agenda item question 8018. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Ms. McFarland motion, Mr. Stroll second, that the board reject claim 623208 by the following vote of 7-0. That concludes our closed session items. First of all, we have a recognition. I'd like to call Annette Galindo, please. While I'm walking over here, what a thing you people did. Being a former school teacher, it's amazing how you improvised right quick and made this plan to accommodate our students. It's very nice. It's not as pleasant as going on the big bus, but it was a trip that you made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Superintendent Mr. Neil Young, President Nava, and members of the board. I am Annette Galindo, Director of Transportation. I am here tonight to thank the 3 drivers whose service provided actually excellent service to our students at Tokay High School to the Disneyland trip. On May 12th, I was notified that the charter company that was scheduled to transport these students to their Disneyland trip did not show up and had some scheduling errors. So we made a transfer request, an urgent transfer request for anyone available to be able to transport these students to Disneyland trip. We had 3 drivers who volunteered. Please note these drivers cannot work more than 16 consecutive hours, and they must be off 8 hours before they can start their next shift. Because of this, it was a normal school day, and we had to pull these drivers who were already transporting students to their normal schools. We had to pull them off, change bus routes, dispatch ran to meet them, to take them off their routes, to take them to Tokay High School. SHOP provided 3 buses that they needed to prep, stop everything, and head to Tokay as well. Bus routes had to be moved because we also had to make sure the students needed to arrive to their school. But because this was a terrible situation we were in, we did the best we can, but this wasn't possible without the 3 drivers that volunteered to drive. These 3 drivers volunteered here to do this, not knowing when they arrived to work they were not going to go home. These drivers left with not a set of clothes, no extra food. They are here for Lodi District students. This is a team effort. This is what we're part of, These drivers actually care for our students and made it happen. Unfortunately, the students arrived late because of, we had a delayed start. They didn't leave Tokay till 8:45 in the morning. And then they were stuck in traffic, LA traffic, for about 2 hours late. But the most important part is these drivers transported our students from Tokay and made it to the Disneyland trip. I'm here today to also tell them thank you for doing this. The drivers are Mary McMurtry,
And then will you say their names one more time? People were clapping, and that's a real problem in a board meeting.
This is Mary McMurtry and Miriam Dominguez. Our third driver, I believe she was not able to make it, Christina Garcia. Without these I'd also like to thank for all the support you've given us, and we have a great department at transportation. We have a great staff, great drivers, great mechanics. This was definitely a team effort, and thank you for the wonderful staff. This is Megan. And thank you guys. Want to say anything? You're welcome to say.
We would have done this anyways because we love our kids.
Thank you.
That's a big 10 for us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Nava, members of the board, I know we have some people here also from Tokay High School, Principal Enrique Avalos, as well as Athletic Director and Librarian Jeff Johnston.
Hi, I'm Enrique Avalos, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Young. That day, that morning, my first Disney trip at my first year, and I'm sitting there watching 150 students, about 32 of whose names I know. It was that moment where I'm just like, oh, this is going to be bad. I'm going to have to cancel this trip in about 11 and a half minutes. I don't know what to do. So I started calling people, and people were already calling me. Transportation was already there. People were already just pulling out stops, and it was just the most amazing, I called it a ballet of people trying to help us. And people were driving across town with like log books. They were bringing people, they were dropping people off, picking them up in their personal vehicles, district vehicles. It was wonderful. And I just want to say thank you to that department, and I really want to thank the drivers. They were there with me the entire trip. They did their very best. They explained everything the way it was supposed to be. And it was nice to see my students because they appreciated, they realized, wait, they don't even have spare clothes. They didn't even bring a toothbrush. The kids were like, wow, thank you. So I just want to say thank you again, and it really made a difference, especially for me as my first year, to be able to say like, hey, at least we had the grad night, at least we had that, and we had the time together, and we made it the best that we could. And I saw my students, they were very resilient, and it was really awesome, and thank you very much.
Mr. Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young, Jeff Johnston, Athletic Director, Librarian at Tokay High School. And I want to echo everything Enrique said, but also add that these drivers were so much fun to have on the trip. We were, first of all, completely blessed to have these angels willing to take our kids and salvage what was going to become a completely horrible day. We made lemonade. We turned lemons into lemonade. It was unbelievable. And there was concern about them getting their hours and making sure that they were compliant. And we understood that, and we understood that they had rules. We wanted them to make sure they got their 8 hours of sleep because I don't know about you, but I want a well-rested bus driver when we're driving at 4 a.m. over the grapevine. And these ladies were complete rock stars. We stopped somewhere around Tejon on the way back, and I awoke out of my uncomfortable snooze, because how comfortable can you be on a bus, school bus on an 8-hour or 10-hour trip? But as the ladies stopped to get a cup of coffee and take a bathroom break, and our driver came back in, and she had 2 big bags, grocery bags, and she had bought muffins out of her own pocket for all the kids on the bus, so that they could all have a snack as we were trying to get home and unload our kids. So thank you. It was so much fun. And they were awesome, keeping the buses together and in convoy, and then getting us there and getting the kids offloaded, and then being where we needed them to be when we got through with Disneyland and getting back on the buses. So yeah, the timing and the day wasn't what we planned it to be, but it was, and we had a good time. And so the mouse prevailed and Tokay Tigers prevailed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Enrique, for your leadership there. Jeff, I hadn't seen you in a while, but you know that we can improvise a lot being an athletic director there. Good support that you had for us. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Nava, Mr. Young, members of the board, Desiree Wise, CSEA. I know you said business casual, but this is my summer look, so thank you. I just wanted to say thank you and thank you to whoever was behind the scenes in making this possible, and recognizing our CSEA members, because this is just one example of extraordinary employees that we have, and I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Any board comments? Anybody want to comment? Yes.
Do I have to go first all the time?
You can if you want to, or we'll wait till last.
That's all right. That's good.
All right.
I just think it's wonderful, the people involved. I love hearing the story about buying the muffins. And I've been on I-5 many a time with a group of kids going down for a water polo tournament on my own and blowing out a tire and having to fix a tire at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's a story unto itself. The fact that you took this upon yourselves to do this, and you didn't have to, shows true leadership and shows how you feel about our district and our children. And that in itself is a wonderful experience. And for me, I'm inspired. Sitting here as a board member, I'm humbled by what you did and the actions that you took, and the fact that we're supported by other personnel within transportation just shows what you can do as individuals to help our children, and makes me feel good to be a part of it. But again, I'm humbled by what you did. It was an awesome, awesome effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Anybody else? Mr. Porter?
Just real quick, having
Yes,
taken many
Carmen?
students on charter buses to Disneyland and academic competitions, that's a grueling drive, let alone to keep students occupied, and we were on charter buses, so a school bus with no restroom facility, I can't imagine what you went through, and then having to stop to have rest. Our bus driver, we actually had to have a day rest in the middle. Thank you. And to Mr. Avalos and his team, because it was a team probably that made it happen. Thank you to transportation. I can't imagine how many people moved that quickly to allow our students to make memories. And when they're our age, sitting hopefully on a school board or in the audience or in education somewhere, they'll be able to tell their crazy story about what happened on their Disneyland grad night. And it won't be so painful, but and thank you to the students too that hopefully took it in stride, and the families that took it in stride. It's not easy when you paid an amount and you have an expectation, but the district is working on that component, and thank you for allowing them to have some memories. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Mr. Knacksack?
All I can say is thank you, but I'm not real surprised, because you represent the type of people that we have working in our district, and you're just awesome. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Thank you again. Thank the bus drivers and all the people that are involved. Parents, thank the parents for being supportive of their students to get them to the buses and that type of thing. Again, thank you very much. We'll go and continue with our agenda. Superintendent's report, Mr. Young.
Yeah, Mr. Nava, members of the board, I'd like to invite Aaron Church to come up. We'd like to give you an update on how things are going with hiring teachers. We know this is a busy season, but it's also a very challenging time. And you were gracious in adding a director of personnel for the purpose of recruiting. And so Aaron's going to give you an update on how things are going.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board. Thank you for having me tonight. I did want to share where we are with our hiring. These are numbers that I can't say are exactly accurate as they change constantly. And even since the time that I printed this out and put it together, there was an update with new hires and some resignations as well. So for our numbers of new hires for our elementary, when I say elementary, I'm referring to our transitional kindergarten, which that program expanded this year, all the way through 6th grade. We have hired 43 new teachers. Our secondary, that would be our 7 through 12. That's all areas. We've hired 50 new teachers. For special education, this is the number that I needed to adjust a little bit. We have hired 24 new special education teachers. Those are SDC, so our special day class, and our RSP teachers. For LPPA, we've hired 8 counselors. That's elementary, middle, and high school together. We've hired 3 nurses, 3 school psychologists, and we had 1 more SLP, speech and language pathologist, hire after this. So there's 6 of those that we've hired. The resignation number I have is 47, but that did change a little bit today. I believe we had 2 come in, and we had 43 retirements. And these are all the retirements are teachers. That's that number. For what we are currently hiring for and searching out, we have 14 elementary vacancies. Just last Friday we had 10. So again, the numbers change rapidly. These are classroom teachers. So not special program teachers such as a part-time Read 180 or intervention teacher, classroom teachers. I thought it was worth noting that of those 14 vacancies, 11 of those are from Area 1. So there's definitely a greater need in Area 1 versus Area 2. Area 2, we have 2 vacancies, and we had 1 vacancy at Joe Cerna. We have 5 elementary music positions that still need to be filled, and 1 elementary PE teacher that we're looking for. For secondary, I have the numbers we have are 25. I don't have the specific numbers in each area. However, I did note that science has 10. That's our greatest need, and math is 6. We're looking for 6 math teachers. The others are, here and there, 1 or 2 in other areas. Special education, we are still unfortunately looking for 28 special education teachers. For our recruitment, I've been in my position for 4.5 months. It's been a busy 4.5 months. We have had 12 interview panels. On those interview panels, we assemble administrators and district leaders and teacher representatives to hire into a pool for them to then choose primarily elementary vacancies. However, we did do it with secondary teachers as well. So we did 12 of those. It takes the burden off of the administrators when they're trying to run a school to also be searching through EdJoin and screening applicants and setting up interviews. I went to 7 recruitment fairs, and I have another one on Thursday night. It's the last one for this academic year. It will be at Teachers College of San Joaquin. I'm already registering for our district to attend some in the fall recruitment fairs in various places. This is also the first year that we have offered conditional contracts. which was instrumental in getting people on board and agree to join us. Other districts have been using them for a number of years. This is the first year that we have used them, and I think that they were effective in getting teachers. And then we also have a greater social media presence, largely due to collaboration with Ms. Chelsea Von Geer. She's outstanding at this. We work together on how to get ourselves out there and promote our district. So those are our current numbers for hires and vacancies.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Church. We appreciate you giving us an update on that. And board, we thought that was important that we are proactively trying to fill those positions, even though things are challenging right now. Mr. Knaxton.
Thank you. What is a conditional contract?
Sure, a conditional contract is a contract that we are actually interviewing at job fairs. We have had an outpouring of support from our special ed department as well as our ed services, all of our site administrators. They have been joining me at job fairs. It's been outstanding. And we are able to pull candidates and interview them on the spot. And candidates that we feel are highly qualified and would be an asset to Lodi Unified, we offer them an on-the-spot contract that is conditional on them, their background clearance.
Sure.
You want me to finish? Or, that's what it is. Keep going, okay. Reference checks, and of course, their teaching authorization being in place prior to beginning.
And if I could add one piece, just be aware that we've heard a lot historically that people like signing a document that says, hey, I am joining Lodi Unified School District, and that's kind of our way of saying you are part of our team, conditionally, making sure they meet all the qualifications, but it makes a difference.
Very reasonable. Good job, thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Porter?
Yes, Ms. Church, I have a couple questions. How many of your teachers are interns?
I don't have that number.
You said you hired 50, I believe, for secondary, is that correct? Or 50 overall? I'm not sure, please.
50 secondary.
So 50 secondary, and you don't know how many are interns?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said the interview panels. Now, in the interview panel, let's say, for example, that McNair needs an English teacher. You're the panel. You're on the panel. Is there people from McNair in the panel, or is that kind of out of the loop? Because in the old days, I guess, when I was being hired and I was asked to sit in on an interview, and we're bringing somebody into our school or our department, we would have input. It seems like those panels don't allow that.
All site administrators are invited to serve on the panels, and priority is given to administrators with vacancies.
But you don't have department chairs or teachers or even student voice in that?
We have students have never served on an interview panel
So they're doing
that we've
voice
had in
panels.
personnel.
And then you don't have parents in your interview committees?
Parents?
Right.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Just a comment.
Barbara?
President Nava. I just wanted to thank you. I've run into several students that have been, or college graduates that have been hired. And the one thing that was consistent when I asked questions, and I spoke to 4 of them now, was that the information that they were given, they didn't realize was consistent. And so they mentioned Dr. Dostie's name, and they mentioned your name specifically, and who they spoke with. So kudos to you and your team.
Thank you.
Because the message from each one of these children, or young graduates, I call children, was consistent. They said the exact same thing, the exact same parameters, and most of them didn't know each other, and I didn't speak to them all on the same day. So it was interesting to hear the consistency that was being given to potential employees. And so that's a joy for this board member, because that's one of the things we asked for was consistency. And so hats off to you. Great job.
Thank you. I think it's very important that our candidates understand exactly what they are agreeing to and that they have all of the information possible. So I appreciate that.
Any other comment? Continue the good job.
Thank you.
Church, okay?
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. I have some, okay. All right, comments from the public. A 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes. The board cannot engage in dialogue about public comments because of restrictions placed by the California Brown Act. You have a light there on front. This solid green is 1 to 2 minutes left. Flashing green 1 minute, orange 30 seconds, and red, that means that your time is up. We have one Karen minute. Bear Creek.
Excuse me, just skip 1 minute, I'm sorry. Our third driver did show up.
Oh, awesome, awesome.
Garcia. He did show up, he's at the back, but I just wanted.
Thank you very much. Ms. Minnick, you're on.
I don't mind waiting. Out is one of the hardest jobs. I've been there, waiting for that bus and where to go. Come on, please, please. Good evening. We understand that Lodi Unified will be proposing a new reconsideration committee that definitely needs to be reconsidered. The fact it's been quietly introduced right when teachers have gone on break has not gone unnoticed.
Excuse me, Ms. Minnick.
Yes.
This is on the agenda.
Okay.
And we have items that are not on the agenda for comments.
Thank you. So,
okay.
Well, I will
You
be
can
recall.
bring that subject up, you can come and speak to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Minnick. Any other comments from the public? Being none, then we will continue on with the agenda. We have consent agenda A. Any board members would like to pull any items on the consent agenda A? Being none, anybody from the public, well, we already gave, I'm sorry, I didn't explain. Is there anybody from the public that would like to talk about any items on routine agenda A?
I would like to pull item A1.
You know, we're not pulling the items anymore.
Or talk on it,
Yes.
is that the right word?
You can
Okay.
speak to it.
Yes.
Is now a good time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young, Desiree Wise, CSEA. I did inquire with Mr. Khan prior to tonight's board meeting about the contracts list on item A1. I did include Mr. Young on my communication. There is an item on the contracts list for $20,000 for a HVAC. I don't have the name of the contractor on the top of my brain, but it is for $20,000. I did inquire as to what work would be performed and why our HVAC technicians would not be performing those duties. So I would like to share those questions with you. If you do approve the contracts list tonight, you will be approving that item. From my knowledge, we do have 5 HVAC technicians, which really is not a lot considering we have 54 facilities. So I would like to bring that to your attention. When I did inquire with Mr. Khan, he did share with me that they would be performing routine labor and repairs, which is something I think that our HVAC technicians would be capable of performing. I did inquire a little bit more as to more specifics. I was not in the office today, so I do apologize. I didn't read my emails today, but I was inquiring about more specifics as to what that contract would entail. $20,000 in the scheme of things is not a whole lot. And like I said, we only have 5 HVAC technicians. I do understand last summer it was very hot. We did have extreme situations, I do recognize that, but in the same breath, I would like to share with you that classified employees are essential, we are needed, and if you need services to be performed, we are willing to do that. We just have to pay accordingly and post positions. I do know we have 1 vacancy, so I was kind of looking forward to maybe some more information as to what exactly they would be doing, but I see Mr. Kant's not present tonight, so I would like to bring that to your attention.
Mr. Young?
Yes, Mr. Hammond, members of the board, Mrs. Wise, the response did come back, and it was from M&O that this vendor provides mostly duct cleaning and an indoor air quality service. So that, I'm just given you what that was for, specifically.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I would like to remind you that classified employees are essential. We have 5 HVAC technicians when we're fully staffed. We do have 1 position posted, so I would hope that that would be, if that is a bone of contention and a priority, I would hope that possibly we post some more positions so we can service our students.
And I just add that this is an open PO. It doesn't mean it's going to be fully used. It's just that it's an open PO up to that amount and not to exceed.
Thank you for that. I would hope that our employees could provide that service. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree.
President Nava, members of the board, Superintendent Young, I'll get used to that. Also on A1, item 9, the agreement with Core Inc. for SIP services for $600,000. That's a lot of money. So what I would like to see is what is our return on that investment? And I would like to ask the board to, in turn, ask our superintendent to bring forward what the differences in scores are since implementing SIPs. Because this, like I said, that is a huge chunk of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a question on number 4. I don't know what I was saying.
You want to pull it? I need for you to pull it in order for
I'd like
you
to
to
pull
pull.
A4 then.
A4 was pulled by Ms. McFarland. I need a motion on the rest of them, please.
We didn't get a response to what Ms. Wilkins brought up.
Can we have a response on that?
Yes. Later this evening, we will be providing a report on early literacy, and that will be speaking specifically to SIPs and the work that is being done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Nava?
Yes.
I move to approve consent agenda A minus the pulled item.
It's moved by Mr. Konexak to approve consent agenda A minus A4. Second by Ms. Ball. Let's have a board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Ms. McFarland, A4.
A4, contact lists. Oh, no, that's not it. What is that?
A4 is,
There it is.
we're just
I
trying
have the
to.
wrong attachment. It's more of a comment. I noticed, I know this is a routine authorization that we've done several times in the past, and I liken it more to COVID when we were moving quick to spend money. And I don't have a problem with the superintendent having unlimited. I don't have a problem with any of the dollar amounts. My concern is that if there was something so pending that the superintendent would have to jump in and sign something before a board meeting, then I would like that to be given to us in a manner that it doesn't fall in the middle of a warrant report. I do believe that we are putting people that have these unlimited, meaning our superintendent, not necessarily Mr. Young, any superintendent, at a disadvantage for scrutiny if someone comes back later on and has questions about his ability to spend. It's not that I don't have faith in our cabinet or anyone here to spend the money appropriately, and there is checks and oversight, incredible checks and oversights. I just think we are opening our employees up to some scrutiny that maybe is not necessary. I'm not against it. Do I sound wishy-washy? I'm not against it, but I think there needs to be a little bit of a check and balance in place to protect our employees.
Can you speak to that, Mr. Young, how you're doing it?
I can, and Mrs. McFarland, I appreciate that because it's certainly, those are big, that's a large amount of money. On the most part, and I can't say it's every time, before it becomes a warrant, it's come as a resolution in advance. So for transparency's sake, that is provided to the board to consider prior to a warrant coming to you. So that's a normal business practice. However, I do believe in those situations, and we should probably go back and look at COVID and say, for example, when we had to purchase a large number of owls, that was done in a short amount of time with one-time monies. And the owl cameras were utilized in classrooms for teachers so they could teach online to students. It would be wise, I believe, in situations like that, to bring that back as a separate warrant so that the board can see, and for transparency's sake, the public can know specifically in those types of situations when a resolution wasn't created in advance. Hopefully that would meet the needs of the board, and specifically, I appreciate the protections for me as well, because I have no intention of signing large amounts of money and do so in a way that isn't transparent. So perhaps that would be a solution to that specific issue when a resolution isn't provided in advance for you to vote on.
So there is checks and balances.
There is, but this would provide an additional check and balance in that
It's a
situation.
warrant. It's- I mean, that's it. They're not gonna have money spent, have to come to us, they approve it.
I would agree with that, and I also, my other curiosity or question, I guess, is if you were incapacitated for some reason, the superintendent would be, who would have that responsibility? There is no designee to step in and do that, and so that, from just a pure business liability standpoint, does it go down to the chief business officer, or does everything freeze and it's gotta come to the board? Normal business to keep things moving, not that I'm wishing any ill will on you.
My children might say I'm incapacitated more often than others might say. However, I would just say, in a situation like that for checks and balances, I believe that Dr. Solly, as an associate superintendent, would be the next line within that as the designee, so that it's not always the business person who is making both the decision to bring forward something and also the signature on it. So that would be my recommendation.
Would we need to change this form then?
I don't have the answer, but I can certainly look into the answer, and we can bring something back to add the designee in that situation. If I were incapacitated, or let's say in Barbados or something like that, and I couldn't sign. So if that would suffice, we can certainly look at bringing something back or share more information to the board.
Want to table this then?
What's the appropriate way to get it to come back? I don't want to hold it up, but I also want to make sure that check and balance.
I believe it's important to move forward for this reason, with Dr. Kathy Washer now being on non-work days. She no longer is the authorized person to sign, since she is no longer in that position, and as I step in as superintendent, it puts that in place. However, we can bring back some additional information as a designee, which hopefully would suffice in meeting that additional need.
Thank you.
Hearing that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFarland to approve item 8.4.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Stroh.
Question?
Question by Mr.
If we're approving
Porter.
it, then we're approving this without the change, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then, I just wanted to make sure I know what I was voting.
Yep. Yes.
Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Continue on with consent agenda B with student discipline cases. Any comments for student discipline cases? Audience? I need a board.
Motion approved.
Moved by Mr. Porter, second by Ms. McFarland to approve student discipline cases. Consent agenda B. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Other action items. Item OA1, Local Control Accountability Plan. Dr. Sal.
Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, and Dr. Young, or Mr. Young. I present tonight, this is the action item for the Local Control Accountability Annual Approval. And in conjunction with that is a Local Control Priority Data Review. That attachment was omitted from the agenda, and so it's been provided to the board members in paper. They are copies at the entrance to the back, if anybody would like to see this. I'd like to ask Mr. Davin to come up to the table in case there's questions pertaining specifically to data. Anyway, if you go to the, actually, the other attachment, please. Oh, you didn't get this? I had the... Okay. On the paper form, on page 2, the local control formula indicators are listed there. There are local indicators identified as the basics, meaning teachers, curriculum, and school sites. There are the academics. There are the parent and family engagement indicators, the school climate, and the broad course of study, which is our curriculum courses. The state indicators, there are 3. There's student achievement, student engagement, and student outcomes. On page 3 of the PowerPoint, this is not it. If the board is looking at their PowerPoint, I know they have the handout, page 3 of 10. There are 2 methods of which reporting is asked for. There is a direct reflection tool in which the district rates itself on a 5-point metric, as you see identified there. And there are narratives also provided within the report. Both of these reporting metrics are measured by the State Department of Ed in 3 performance levels, either met, did not met, or did not meet for 2 or more years. And again, in the board packet on the page 4 of 10 now, we're looking at priorities 1 and 2. Priority 1, often referred to as the Williams settlement criteria, which is the appropriately credentialed teachers, the facilities are in good repair, and sufficient textbooks are available for students. That's priority 1.
Members of the board, provided in front of you is the actual PowerPoint,
Right,
and that specifically.
You got it? Everybody got it?
In priority 2, which is the academic standards, the implementation of state standards, it addresses that we have our instructional materials available to all students. They are aligned to California state standards, and that the categories are identifying the areas of instructional improvement in areas where we are in need of growth. On the PowerPoint slide 5 of 10, it identifies the priorities 3 and 6. Priority 3 is the parent engagement component, which we take a survey of parents on, and priority 6 is the student engagement, which we also have student survey data. And this reports to the district and the state the indicators regarding building relationships and building partnerships, as well as students' feelings of connectedness to school and around school safety. Stop right there. Page 6 of 10 identifies, no, I think you went too far. Okay, yeah, priority 7, broad course of study. Next slide. Nope. Backwards, please. Thank you. Backwards, please. There we are, broad course of study. This is page 6 of 10 on this PowerPoint. This is essentially, broad course of study refers to our course catalog. Which courses do we offer? And which percentage of students are enrolled in the courses? For example, first bullet refers to 97.2% of our students are enrolled in an English course, which is a core requirement. And you can see the other percentages there for other courses and students. The next slide is related in that it is also referring to broad course of study, and it highlights student groups identified as low-income English learners, special education, and their enrollment in the same broad course of studies. For example, on bullet 1, 97.4% of our low-income students are enrolled in an English course. The goal obviously would be 100%, but we do have situations where we aren't quite there. So these are the indicators identifying our track to making sure everybody has a complete broad course of study. The next slide is slide 8 of 10, which identifies barriers preventing access to broad course of study. In case of the first bullet there, it identifies English learners frequently are not attending all of their broad course of study options due to an ELD requirement, which is why we push hard to get them redesignated. In addition to that, access to requisite courses for graduation for students with disabilities continues to be a challenge for meeting all of the requirements, which is why we have recently brought in an alternate diploma pathway as well. Revisions are addressed, are our actions to these challenges. We're providing professional development to teachers on effective strategies specific to ELD. We're actually today or yesterday we launched our EL Summer School for the second summer in a row. We've implemented the Elevation program, which provides much higher level of monitoring and progress of our English learners towards reclassification, and also our certificate pathway, and as I just mentioned, and our diploma pathway for students with disabilities. Are there any questions? These are the indicators with which the state determines we are on track to address some of our needed growth areas. And obviously the LCAP is related to this in that the LCAP is our budget which we use to expend to meet these goals. So while one actually is, the LCAP is federal funding, state funding, this PowerPoint we just walked through is specific to the California dashboard. So they're not directly in alignment, but one does impact the other. Any questions or
any questions from the board, Dr. Sally? Question, Mr. Porter?
Mr. Porter, I have some questions. Dr. Solly, would you agree with me? And I'm trying to, it's like something I passed out in my AP class, or I'm doing the flippy floppy. Wouldn't you say that most of these percentages are because they have to graduate?
This would be to graduate, yes.
Yeah, so they would be in these classes anyway, right? So why is this anything significant?
Well, this is what's asked for us to report on. We do have some students that may not be in their fourth year of English or...
No, I get all that. I'm just saying, I guess I'm confused, like, this shouldn't be a shocker to us.
No, I would agree. These indicators are provided to us and we report out as...
What's a shocker is like 97.9 of the freshman and sophomore weren't enrolled in math. It should be almost 100%. And I get that we have other kids that don't meet those requirements and so forth. I guess you have to present this in your capacity, and I shouldn't be surprised. There's nothing here to shock me.
I don't think there's anything shocking in here, no.
I kept looking for golden nuggets and I didn't see anything.
I'd like to find those too. I mean, ideally, actually, this really is information that we've known for some time because the dashboard got released many, many months ago.
This is something you have to go through to
But
meet
this
the
is
state
required to be
requirements.
brought forward, yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions from the board? Not any questions from the audience?
Members of the board. So I did find something that was shocking in here, and given the report from the superintendent that was actually done by Aaron Church, I have questions. Being a science teacher, I find it upsetting that we only have 36% of our senior students enrolled in science, and 55% enrolled in math. And we all know that I know later there's a report on our A to G requirements, and I know that we're well below the state averages. So my question for those are, given what Ms. Church had said earlier, are people not taking courses because they're not available because we don't have the teachers? And this is, if that is true, then this is something we need to work on. And I will also tell you too that, before I became a teacher, I did spend time in Silicon Valley and working for various technical companies. Even though I was a biology major, my job in college was to network all the computers on campus at UC Davis. So I learned computer networking kind of just by experience. And that's how I got into where I got in. But if we're not offering, and if you want to pull somebody who has a STEM degree to come and teach, I'll be the first one to tell you they're going to take a huge pay cut. We can't, as a teacher, we can't, as a school district, match those salaries. We just don't. We should. We should be matching those salaries so that we can give our kids the best education. So are our kids missing out because we don't have the teachers, we don't have the courses that they want to take in STEM because we don't have the teachers? And again, in secondary, math and science were the two biggest holes. We don't have enough science teachers, we don't have enough math teachers. Is this why only 36% of our senior students are enrolled in science? Is that why only 55% of our students seniors are enrolled in math? I think that's a question that the district needs to ask and needs to figure out, and I would love to work with you on how to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Okay, board, we have the local control accountability plan. An action item, please. Move to approve, Ms. Nava. Moved by Mr. Knaxek to approve, second by Ms. McFarland. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0 to approve the local accountability plan. Item OAI 2, 2023-24 budget adoption. Mr. Khan, I know Ms. Sanders is taking over. Thank you very much.
Hello and good evening, President Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young. I'm going to go over the adopted budget report with you. And Michael, if you could pull up the PowerPoint presentation. And as it's pointed up, I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So our budget revenues are at $458 million. And then up next, we have our ADA and enrollment projections. We're still funded on the 3-year average, but that's leveling off in 25-26. And then up next is our enrollment graph, and the way simply to read it is left to right. Our incoming cohorts are, is the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Thank you. And if we get the one called enrollment graphs. Thank you. The very next one. Thank you, Michael. So yeah, our incoming cohorts are smaller, getting smaller than our at the upper grade levels. Next slide, please. And then our budgeted expenditures, we're at $474.7 million for 23-24. Up next, we wanted to share, it's been a while, so we wanted to share the special education expenditure trend from 17-18 all the way through 23-24 proposed budget. Next slide. So we have the ESSER 3 cash balances. So those are a concern, and I'll speak on behalf of Mr. Khan. That's one of the things at the federal level. They're looking at the available balances of ESSER 3. And and this is a reimbursement grant, so we do have to expend the funds to receive a reimbursement 3 months after the fact. And we did enter into some cash deficits earlier this year. And we just wanted to also point out that if there is a cash deficit, it's specific to ESSER 3, but really what that means, it's a claim against the general fund balances in the county treasury. So that's what's paying. So if these monies go negative, it's really a claim on our general fund. Show that. And then next slide is we have our ending fund balance projections, and included in these, so we are including COLA in the revenues and expenditures for those projections. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. So we do have a declining enrollment commitment of 90 million, and then as well as the other assignments, because the 10% reserve cap is in effect for 23-24 again this year. And that concludes our budget presentations. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
There was no big surprises that I saw.
Oh.
Anything that surprised you or shocked you or concerned you?
I would say after the last 3 years, no.
There you go.
The one comment I would say is that 3-year rolling average on the AD, we are declining enrollment. That 3-year average, we are going to see the impacts in 25-26. We're not going to see the big increases in LCFF revenue any longer. We're actually looking at $500,000 reduced LCFF revenue. So that's leveling off. And then caution at the federal level and just as an economical turning point. But Mr. Young, did you have any other comments?
We don't want a director of budgeting to be surprised.
Oh,
That's right. We don't. Any comments from the audience on the budget? Board?
Just real quick, just special ed, when you look at those numbers, they're just staggering,
Yes, sir.
just staggering.
I need a motion. I'm sorry. Did I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Stroll. Mr. Conexon, motion? Mr. Stroll, second.
I think it was Mr. Porter.
All right. Mr. Porter, motion?
Motion
Second by Mr. Stroll. Approved? Board vote.
Thank you.
Board vote. Motion carries 7-0. All right, item OAI3, approval of the primary mascot logo for Lakewood Elementary School. Mr. Young.
Yes, before you this evening is the Lakewood mascot logo for your approval.
Any questions by the board? Yeah, Ms. Alexander has a question.
I know this is going to sound interesting, but seeing lions in cursive, when it seems like I had 7th and 8th graders that had no idea when I wrote in cursive. Was this okay with everybody seeing that, or are you teaching cursive?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gresham, the principal at Lakewood is to my right. I should have looked that direction. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm sitting. Hi, good evening, Mr. Young, members of the board, President Nava. We're very excited about it. That's a great question. After we took our survey and we narrowed it down to about 6, then Mr. Wynn and myself, we narrowed it down to 2 more, and then I let the staff decide between those 2. So, because I liked them both, I could not decide. So, they chose this one. They said it was a little bit more elementary compared to the other one. The other one was more of like a shield with the lion's face. I liked it a lot, but I like this one too. I like how the tail's on there, and but no, it didn't come up as a concern. So this one was the one that won all the votes.
Thank
Awesome,
you.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? All right, board, I need action.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve by Mr. Porter, second by Ms. McFarland, to approve the mascot board vote.
Thank you.
Just out of
Motion
curiosity-
carries 7-0.
Just out of curiosity, do we not teach cursive at all anymore, or when does it start?
Denillion is a lost art, and it's not a required skill.
I guess, also.
It's no longer the priority that it once was when we didn't have computers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it.
Let's go with item OAI 4, Lodi Unified Supervisors Group, reopeners for 2023-24. Dr. Dostie?
Good evening, President
Yes,
Lawson,
sir.
members of the board, Mr. Young. Before you are the 2023-2024 reopeners for the Lodi Unified Supervisors Group for your consideration.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Comments from the audience? Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Mr. Nava, Desiree Weiss, CSEA. The only thing I wanted to bring to your attention is we did revisit this. There is one item on their reopener for the MOU for on-call supervisors. We did revisit that in 22, and that does, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that that also does affect classified employees. We have several employees over at the M&O yard, and I think technology and food service that do serve in the on-call capacity, and so whatever agreement is developed here will affect our employees as well. So I want to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 4, please. Board? Motion to approve by Mr. Farland.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Stroll. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Item OAI 5, proposed revision of Board Rule 6146.11, alternative credit towards graduation. Dr. Sally.
President Nava, members of the board, and Mr. Young, this is brought forward. It's actually related also to a report later in the evening. It is regarding alternative credits towards graduation, specifically courses to improve a letter grade of D in an A to G course. Also, you'll notice on here, this policy was last revised 13 years ago, and it had the title correspondence instruction, which we renamed online/distance learning. We did leave correspondence instruction on the chance that there might be one left. But the language refers to will allow for a student to improve a course that is an A to G requirement in which the student received a letter grade of D, and it would allow them to improve on that grade by retaking the course for grade improvement. Generally, for the most part, our courses that are only credit recovery, so they've failed the course, they can retake the course for credit recovery. What we have heard occurs, students seeking or working towards university admittance and are in danger of a D or a C minus or a poor grade. In several cases, actually tank the course so that they can retake it and earn an A, B, or C. So we actually have more than a few hundred students in that situation where they have one A to G course with a D. And so this would allow them to then improve that grade by taking another course. And that will come up again later in the discussion regarding one of the reports on A to G grant. So the rewording of this is to allow for the improvement of a D grade specific to an A to G course.
Any questions from the board?
We all.
You want to go through me again? All right. I have a couple questions on this. One, this is board policy, is that correct?
This is a rule.
Board
Yes,
rule?
board rule.
Oh, so this comes from the school board?
This is the rule is, in other districts, it's called administrative regulation. It's often crafted by administration.
It says board rule on there.
It is a board rule.
So it's part of board policy?
It is part of board policy.
So this is brought before us as something to vote on? We hadn't had a chance to look at before?
My understanding in Lodi, board rules are not required to be approved, but we take this forward as transparency.
That's your understanding, or is that common practice, Mr. Roth?
It's common practice to me. They generally, if it's not a rule and it's other subjects, then they bring them as a report item.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Miller. I have a couple questions. One is that, why just Ds? Why not F?
Well,
A student who receives an F grade can retake the course. It's students who have, yeah. So right now, the way in which this rule is enacted, students who receive an F. So what often happens is a student who is borderline may consider taking the class so that they have an opportunity to retake it, whereas a student with a D doesn't have that same opportunity, and this would open the door for them to also have that opportunity.
Does a student that has a D have the opportunity to take it within the institution they're involved in?
When you say within the institution,
At
could
the high
you?
school they're at, at the school they're at, can they retake the D?
this would allow for that in the proposal, in the report coming ahead for the A to G pilot. It is being proposed that it's a pilot for a zero period option,
Okay.
but the language would allow it to be contained within a school
So
site.
this would allow somebody on their own time
Correct.
to, that had a D,
Correct.
because we already offer Fs, retake it at the institution.
Correct.
And we're gonna allow D students to retake it for the institution. Later on, yeah, they're coming out.
Correct, and our F,
Because currently we don't do that.
not for a D, our F recoveries generally occur in, for the most part, in summer school, not exclusively. But this would also allow for the D to be recovered, well, not recovered, but improved.
Now, why did you leave the word correspondent?
Just on the outside chance that there may be a student who's participating from overseas or in another state potentially, that they still do have correspondence. I don't know of any, but
Well, correspondence, if I'm remembering correctly, is all materials are mailed to some
Correct.
proctor.
generally,
And they proctor the information, is that correct?
that's my understanding, yes.
So we're offering something that we can't put in?
Well, I don't know that we need to maintain it. We could strike it if the board chooses, but we just left it on there because.
Well, I'm being critical. I do like the idea that you have University of California approval. That's a plus for me. And the online distance learning, awesome. It's just part of today's society. I don't like the idea of correspondence being included. That's just me. I'm one person, and I like to see that removed. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Ms. Paul?
Thank you, President Nava. A quick question for you, Dr. Sally. Last time it was revised was 15 years ago. Are you saying that we did a disservice to our students for 15 years for not allowing them to retake the D?
Well, I will let you make that call, but I would certainly say it was a hindrance to students who were trying to definitely get into the UC system. And like I mentioned, there were students who went to the level of tanking the class, failing the class intentionally.
So they intentionally failed?
Because then they had the opportunity for a credit recovery, in which in case they get a B, that was the B that would stick.
It's disheartening to hear D. It's extremely disheartening to hear an F. And as a parent, I would say we need to do better for our children and look at these rules more often. Look at all of our rules more often and not wait this long to revise the rules. But thank you for going for it.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Ms. Alexander?
I had a quick question on the 40 credits. If you have a student who has straight across the board Ds and they exceed that 40 credit threshold, what happens then?
They are limited to that by this policy. We did not move to resolve that. We did, obviously, if you look on the second page, we struck the word semester periods to clarify that it is credits we're talking about. But they do hit a maximum, and so that they can't recover. It is a limitation. The thinking is that there should be some limitation. So the number again could be adjusted if the board wishes.
The other question I had was when it says correspondence, I understand that, but it says or online or distance learning instruction. Are these going to be accredited or checked out programs?
Yes, these would be all A to G compliant, so whichever course they were in, they would need to have that tag associated with them. And many of the online courses do have that granted from the UC to them.
Any other questions?
I have
Mr. Fawnin, you have a question?
Yeah, I kind of do. The correspondence component, I'm scratching my head sitting here trying to think if it's an online course or an in-person, I understand. We also give the opportunity to our migrant students in elementary and middle school when they leave the country, we can do packets and do coursework in a hard copy. So I don't know if this cross-references at all to a grade recovery. Is it equity for all of our students from first grade all the way through 12? Or am I comparing apples and oranges? I mean, obviously an A through G course is very different than a third grade curriculum. I mean, I see that, but is it?
I guess if I'm hearing you right, the difference would be that the packet is generally for a segment of the course and not the entirety of the course, or whether it's a correspondence or an online, they are packaged for a complete course. So I think that would be the delineation there.
And so you would have I'm leaning to agree with you, because then how would you prove that the student did the coursework, blah, 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 all that. So I just want to make sure that we're being fair to all of our students, but I tend to agree with you. And Mr. Porter is thinking on that.
Well,
Thank you.
can I?
Yeah.
Can I-
You bet. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mel. A correspondence course, and I only know this from an incident that I had a good friend involved, and they were trying to get college athletes eligible. And the material was sent to him, and then given to the coach, who did all the work and turned it in, and the students are then eligible. It's a basketball player. The NC2A came knocking on his door because kids had never done the work. That's why I'm wary of correspondence work. When you do online, you have to, as you know, show who you are. So I struggle with the word correspondence.
You know, and you also, in correspondence, you can use a computer. I mean, so what's the difference between a coach doing that and a computer?
I was thinking that if they were, like, say on a ship out at sea, or they were in a foreign country, or,
Yeah.
and there's no, but they're in a remote area with no access.
Yes,
But I think that's a whole different set of
I understand, yes,
circumstances.
I understand. Okay, all right. Mr. Connect, yeah,
Well, I was just, my comments is that I really like the idea that we're giving students who blew it in the first place for one reason or another that may or may not have had anything to do with their personal lives. We're giving them an opportunity to improve. And I move that we pass this, whatever number it is.
5-5?
Yeah.
Okay, been moved by Mr. Knaxat. Second by Ms. McFarland, that we approve this revision of 6146-11. Board vote, please. A motion carries, 6 votes positive, 1 negative. Motion carried. Item OAI 6, credential waiver application and approval. Dr. Dostie.
Again, good evening, Mr. Navin and Mr. members of the board, Mr. Young. Board is being asked to consider approval for a credential waiver to fill shortage in the areas of speech and language pathology.
Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Need a motion on this. You may, Ms. Small. No problem.
Did we hire a pathologist for Ellen Church, and so we're converting 2 more to be part of the team? Was that what we discussed?
I don't understand your question.
Was there a
Repeat that.
pathologist hired recently? And are we giving them a chance to 2 more people?
Mr. Warren can respond to your question.
Just a clarification.
We did hire we've hired several speech language pathologists, but we still have shortages. This enables us to bring back a waiver to be able to bring some people back.
So we did hire a few and we're just,
Yeah, but even under the best of circumstances, there's always been shortages of speech language pathologists.
Thank you.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought on the motion. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then we need a board vote. We didn't have a second. Ms. McFarland motion that we approved, second by Ms. Ball. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Item OAI 7, proposed revision of a job description for principal and adult education / career technical education K-12. Dr. Sally.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young. If you could please pull up the attachment. I want to highlight the changes to this job description. In the highlighted text are the areas where the new duties were added. This job description, I don't have the actual last revision date. It does show the developed date on this page too, but to set the framework, and to point out one item, there should be a strikeout at the top in front of career technical education that used to say ROP, or Regional Occupation Program. So where you see right there, career technical education, that used to say ROP, Regional Occupational Center. And so those strikeouts unfortunately are missing, but I want to be clear that where it says CTE used to say ROP. The other changes are the additions to the duties related to the job and that were not listed previously. This job description has not been revised in quite some time, giving you the dating of the ROP fact. And so we propose to add these job descriptions, retitle the position. And the other piece that I want to note that at on the range on the last page, it's range 60. The current is range 55, so there should be a strikeout there that says 55. Apologize if that's not there. And so presented for your review. Any questions?
So you said range 55?
Range currently is a 55. The proposal for the redesign or the revamping of the description is a 60.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I do have a question.
Yes, Ms.
So
Ball.
this is, thank you, President Ahmed. So this is not a developed policy, it's a revised.
Correct. This is based upon, like I say, an older policy. There were no strikeouts to the job description, I'm sorry. There were no strikeouts to the duties. In other words, nothing was taken away, but some additional duties have been added.
So we'll have to correct at the very bottom of this page where it says developed, if you
Yes.
scroll down, it should say revised.
Yeah, we need to find the revised policy, yes. So there are a couple of items that got omitted here that we need to modify.
I would like to just say that I'm grateful for you to look, that you're looking at everything and doing the revisions as needed.
Yes.
It's like there's been lot pending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Ball, we've got a lot of other revisions on our policies that are coming in the next fall. Any comments from the board? I mean, from the audience?
Mr. Nava, Desiree Wise, CSEA, Mr. Young, members of the board, thank you. The only thing I wanted to say is that I think our CTE programs are phenomenal. As a mom, I have 3 kids. I push CTE with my boys. The only thing I would like to say is that with the added duties to the principal there on campus, I just hope that the support staff isn't forgotten. I believe Ms. Jensen currently has a categorical programs assistant 1 and 2 that would currently help her process the grant applications and items needed to keep her school functioning. And I would like to share with you that a categorical programs assistant starts out at $20.50 an hour. That's a categorical programs assistant 1, that's at a range 37. When they've been here for 5 years, they will be making $24.91. A categorical programs assistant 2 starts out at a step 40. It's $21.96 an hour, and at 5 years, it's $26.68 an hour. So while I think it's great that we're revising this current job description, I would hope that it's not forgotten that there are support staff that also support these functions. Not to mention, on another point, there are a plethora of job descriptions within Lodi Unified that need revising. We currently have paras running classrooms. There are a number of job descriptions with added duties, and I would hope that CSA wouldn't go forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Nava, members of the board, Lisa Wilkins, President of LEA. So I noticed that there is a, going from range 55 to 60 is an $8,800 raise. I would like to know what percentage of a jump that is, because I can assure you that that percentage is going to be nowhere that anybody in the support staff, including teachers, is ever offered at any time in their career. Thank you.
Thank you. Board motion, please.
President Nava, I move we approve this item.
Okay, moved by Mr. Knaxek to approve the item.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Stroll. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Item OAI8, ratification and approval of amendment to superintendent employment contract. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the compensation provided to the superintendent by way of the terms and the proposed amendments to his employment contract with the district. The proposed amendment to the superintendent's employment contract with the district contains the following compensation provisions. Superintendent's base salary shall be increased from $265 to $290 effective July 1st, 2023. The superintendent's base salary should be increased by $10,000 upon his completion of an educational doctorate degree program. The superintendent shall receive a 3% step increase in his base salary effective July 1st in 2024 and 2025. The superintendent's automobile allowance will be increased from $750 to $1,000 a month. The contract provision providing for the Board of Education may terminate the employment of contract of the superintendent within the cause of Section 12 has the length of maximum allowable payoff period reduced from 18 months to a salary of a 12-month salary. Any comments from the audience?
Mr. Nava,
Yes.
there are copies of the amendment on the back for those who are interested in seeing it.
Thank you. There are copies in the back for the amendments.
President Nava, members of the board. I have a couple issues with this employment agreement. One, that I'd like to see it pushed to the next meeting so that there's ample time for people who are not here to see the changes in the contract, which I think it more aligns to the Brown Act as far as transparency. Because unless you were here and you heard it orally, here so you can get a hard copy, or you were online listening orally, all the agenda item said was revisions to the contract with no idea of what was going on. The second issue I have is giving the superintendent a $35,000 raise. Okay, $35,000 is a lot more than some of our support staff make. It's not what, more than what teachers make, but teachers can't teach without our support staff. That is an issue. None of us gets a 13.2% raise in a year, less than a year. He's been on the job for less than a year. I don't know any job description in the district that gets a guaranteed 3% raise minimum. It's a guaranteed minimum. Okay? LEA has had to go to impasse several years in a row just to get COLA. We're not guaranteed anything. As a matter of fact, at one point, you gave us a 15% pay cut with the promise that when the financial crisis of 2008 was over, you were going to restore us. It never happened. So I have a problem with giving somebody flat out a 3% raise, and I know, my past experience is it's going to be more than that. So unless you can give all of your employees a guaranteed minimum of a 3% raise every year, I don't think you should guarantee any position, especially our superintendent, that raise. Because if we have a tanking economy next year, nobody else may get a raise, but our superintendent will. What does that say for how the district, how the board supports the employees that actually make the district work, that actually are in the trenches with our children, the children that you have sworn by your job description to support? Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? From the audience?
Yes, Mr. Nava, Desiree Wise, CSEA. Thank you, Mr. Young. I pretty much know the answer, but I would just like to see clarification in a public setting. So 2.2, item A, regarding the 3% increase. It says July 1st at 24. Is that also going to be in addition to an 8.22% for COLA? Because, it doesn't specify that here. It just says an annual salary shall be increased by 3.0%. So I'm just wondering if that come around when we have our COLA come around July 1st, if that's in addition to.
No. It's not in addition to a COLA.
It says it could be. See, yeah.
It's kind of open-ended. It doesn't really, I don't know how you put that in here, but just clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Need a motion from the board, please.
It's no longer move we approve action item 8.
It has been moved by Mr. Knaxat, second by Ms. Ball, to approve item OAI 8, verification approval amendments to the superintendent's employment contract. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0.
Good evening, President, all members of the board.
Yes, sir.
Routine personnel matters are available for your consideration.
Personnel matters are ready for approval. Motion to approve by Ms. McFarland. Second by Ms. Ball to approve the certificated and classified personnel matters. Board vote, please. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we're going from action items to report items. Overview and analysis of the K-2 early reading program. Dr. Sally.
I'm going to go ahead and take this.
Okay.
I'm excited that we have an opportunity for Director Susan Peterson and a whole slew of amazing people who are going to come share about the progress that we are seeing in the district. You've had a long-standing goal, students reading by third grade. There was a question. There was a question asked earlier about the effectiveness of SIPs as it pertains to students moving towards comprehension and fluency in third grade. And so Susan Peterson is here with a whole slew of people, and I'll let her introduce them and talk about the progress we're seeing as a district.
Thank you, Mr. Young. President Nava and members of the board, Dr. Solly, thank you for having me tonight. I am Susan Peterson. I am the Director of Education, Area 1, and I am here tonight on behalf of the Ed Services Department to provide an executive summary on the efforts to increase early literacy, achievement, and share data on the progress towards meeting the board's goals of having students reading by the end of third grade. But if you wouldn't mind, President Nava, I would really like to introduce to you some of the fabulous people that are helping this work get done.
You do that.
Do you have a minute?
You bet. We have a lot of time.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that. But I'd like to introduce to you Sherry Uniac. She's the intervention teacher at Orchard Elementary. We have Colleen Guidi, the intervention teacher at Oakwood. We have Lacey Goen, a second grade teacher at Oakwood. We have Miss Brandy Hartman, intervention teacher at Westwood. Andrea Ames, intervention teacher at Sutherland. I'd like to add also that we have Cheryl Davis here. She's an intervention teacher at Victor, but she's also going to be helping with Mr. Velarde's report, but she's here as well. We also have Babette Nixon, who is one of our district coaches. We have Principal Cassandra Sotelo from Oakwood. And also our former principal at Westwood, Jamie Kiplinski. She'll be joining us up on the second floor in the Title I coordinator position. But to get our students reading by third grade, it really does need, yes, thank you. It really does take a team and a village to get this work done. And I am so happy and proud to be able to present to you tonight the efforts that we've been instilling. So in order to create a systematic change to help reach our goal, that we get all students reading by third grade, we need to take a look at research and best practice. This started with teachers and systems that were already in place. And we had a teacher-driven grassroots effort that has grown into a collaborative between teachers, between district coaches, intervention teachers, site administrators, district administrators, and together we have developed, revised, calibrated our systematic plan to support our students, especially our most vulnerable students, the ones living in poverty, the ones that are English learners, the ones that are special education students, the ability to become proficient readers by third grade. And so I just wanted to add, since we're such a large district, we decided the best approach would be to divide the schools into cohorts. And with this strategic approach gave us an opportunity to leverage resources and create organizational opportunities and consistencies, as well as provide targeted supports from the Ed Services Department. So we started our work grounded in research and in science, and we went to science to help us make decisions based on how the brain learns to read. We've partnered with the Consortium of Reading Excellence, CORE, to provide high-quality professional learning opportunities to our administrators and our K-2 teachers. This multi-leveled coaching support has been vital in helping us implement the evidence-based systematic instruction in phonemic awareness, phonics, and sight words, otherwise known as SIPs. This curriculum and instructional strategies are how that we are teaching the science of reading and how we are promoting our early literacy skills with our students. I want to, on a side note, thank you very much for approving the contract with CORE for the 23-24 school year, and you're going to see why that was so, we're so appreciative of that. So thank you for that tonight. So in addition to using the science of reading, strong targeted professional development, we also use the Common Core state standards and the support of our experts at CORE, developed SIPS mastery targets for each grade level that were clearly defined and standardized. This is important because we know that students that are receiving, they have the same expectation in first grade at one school that will have the same expectation at another school. We also use the dynamic indicator of basic early literacy skills, which is also known as DIBELS. DIBELS is a universal diagnostic tool that helps teachers and administrators understand where a student is with their acquisition of foundational literacy skills. We make decisions to respond to that information and provide targeted instruction in those skills that also have become a part of our K-2 classrooms. In addition, teachers are monitoring progress. They are looking at the mastery of the skills, coming together in interdisciplinary teams. We call them academic data conferences. They analyze data, they reflect on the systems or if the instruction is effective or not. So, are our students learning to read? We're going to go to the next slide, please. To answer that, we need to take a look at students' growth over time. Using DIBELS, let's take a look at two things. We need to look at proficiency of Lodi Unified School District K-2 students from the end of the year at 2021 to the end of the year 2023. And in addition, we need to look at the growth and development of students' foundational literacy skills from the same time period. Go ahead, Michael. So I'd like you to take a look at this slide with me. This slide is showing you students that are who have taken the DIBELS, the Early Literacy Skills Assessment. And these are the students who scored at above benchmark for multiple years by grade level. As you can see, each year, more students in grades kinder, first, and second are ending the year at or above benchmark. In fact, our kindergarten teams have increased at 17% students proficient, which is amazing. Our first grade teams have also shown a 7% increase, and our second grade teams have shown a 4% increase. This is really important to us, and as the directors of Ed Services, is showing that our systematic program, K-2, is making more and more students ready to be reading by third grade. And it also is showing us that our grade level teams are working to prepare the students for the next level. But let's take a look at the opposite, which is the next slide. How are we reducing the risk of students needing interventions? So obviously, as more people are moving to proficient, less people are moving out of being at risk. And that is very impressive. We're moving at such a great rate, and we only really started with cohort 1. And cohort 1 lit a fire with all other schools that have decided to start to get on board a little bit early. And this momentum is thankfully from this grassroots effort behind me that have helped with this data. But proficiency is, do they have it or not? And is 7%, 17%, 14 enough? We're working towards more proficiency, of course. But the real truth lies in the growth. And so if you go to the next slide, this is kind of an awkward slide, so I hope that you'll bear with me as I explain it to the best of my abilities. But growth, if you're looking at students at the end of the year 2021, we had roughly 287 students that met the benchmark and 279 students who were above the benchmark. In 2023, most of those students stayed the same. They stayed in the same proficiency band or moved up. I'd like you to go to the next slide, please. And if we're looking at risk, which I think this is the most profound slide, the students over time In 2021, we had roughly 829 students. That was 679 students that were well below the benchmark and 150 students that were below the benchmark. At the end of 2023, around half of those students moved up a proficiency band. And you can see the numbers below. It's very awkward, but bear with me. At the end of the year 2023, we had the 679 students that were well below, 113 moved to below, 156 moved to proficient, and 72 students moved to above benchmark. And as you can see on the other section of that slide, the same was moving with the students that were below benchmark. So let's go ahead and talk about how much growth is necessary. Amplified Dibbles, oh, and you can go to the next slide, thank you. Amplified Dibbles has a part of their program that helps us to determine whether or not a student's on track for showing average or better than average growth. And it focuses on the percent of students making typical gains compared to students with similar starting scores at the beginning of the year. And if you look at our cohort 1 schools, these schools are having outstanding results. 70% of the students at Sutherland are showing average to better average growth. And yes, of course, Sutherland does have some students that have very strong needs, and they do have more to grow, but they're getting it done at Sutherland. Oakwood, 69% of the students, because of their teachers and staffs working diligently, are making average to better average growth. 67% at Washington, 66 at Woodbridge, 59 at Westwood, 56 at Nichols, and 52% at Park Lane. Just exciting. Go ahead and move to the next slide. I was so thrilled to share this slide with you because all of Lodi Unified School Districts are making some great gains with the average amount of growth or better for their students. Most of our students are 50%, or excuse me, most of our sites are showing 50% of their students making average or better growth. And this has only been in place since after COVID 2021. So we're doing a fantastic job at getting them where we need to. Are we finished? Probably. No, we have more work to do, but we're getting the work done. I'd like to share with you quickly just the current year of our Dibbles scores from the beginning of 2022 to end of the year 2023, so you can see the similar trends. Students starting at or above benchmark are maintaining. 93% at benchmark moved up, and 87% of the total Lodi Unified School District students K2 maintained above benchmark, which is fantastic. And I'd like to share with you that it's important to note because the rigor is there in our classrooms. Our teachers are working diligently to ensure that just because they have the skills for readiness, they're actually meeting the benchmarks and continuing it. And also, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, students that are below or well below benchmarks are showing great gains. In fact, we had around 3,000 K2 students who started the year below or well below students, and by the end of the year, over half, 61%, moved up. So, and we also had 44% that started at well below benchmark moved up. So I believe we're on the right track. And just to show you and get personal, we'd like to highlight one of our superstars who's in the audience with us, Miss Lacey Goen, and her second graders data. She comes from Oakwood Elementary, and Michael, if you go ahead and skip a couple of slides, there you go. When we looked at her class specifically, this is very exciting to see or to report that Students at the beginning of the year came to her, 52% of them came to her at or above benchmark. So that tells us a lot about what the program's doing before her. The first grade class worked very hard. The kindergarten class worked really hard to get there. That made it, I believe, probably Ms. Goen would agree, a little bit easier for her to get those students ready. She was diligent. She set high expectations for learning. She delivered high quality instruction, provided targeted instruction to students who needed it, monitored the students' progress, celebrated growth, and as a result, her students have made gains. In fact, 71% of her class is moving on to third grade ready, with an overall growth of 19%. So are Ms. Goen's students ready to read? Well, let's take a look. Dibbles does show us if they're ready. The reading inventory is our next assessment that helps us determine whether or not a student has an independent reading level. This is a very important assessment for our second grade, well, for any student that has the literacy skills ready. So if you take a careful look on my side, it's the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that at the beginning of the year, her students took the reading inventory. And by golly, you see a couple greens, a couple yellows, but quite a few reds and different shades of red. Her students were not readers. She did exactly what we just talked about, and at the end of the year gave her students the reading inventory again. And if you can see how many different shades of green, few yellows, which are just a few, and even fewer red. But more importantly, look at the growth on the Lexile scores. The Lexile is how we measure independent reading, and 80% of her students are leaving her class reading. It's wonderful. And more importantly, 58% of those students are reading at the grade level, sending them to third grade, ready to go with the third grade content. So I am so proud of the efforts that all of us are putting together to make sure that our students are becoming ready to learn, and more importantly, ready to read by the third grade. We're very excited, and I think the last slide really shows how we've been anchoring ourselves and becoming tied to this theory of action, and it's becoming so innate that our students are on track and ready to read by third grade. So President Nava, I don't know if you have any wonderful questions or comments for our folks that are here. I don't even know if they are willing. I'm sure they will, but we would love to ascertain any comments or celebratory comments that you'd like to make.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. We can ask the board if they have any comments. The boards have any comments? Ms. Alexander?
Yay, this looks
Isn't it exciting?
No, it's very exciting to see that, and thank you, and especially to the teachers who are putting in that extra time with our kiddos. I was just curious, what is the time spent approximately, like kindergarten versus the second graders in the Dibbles program, like daily?
Oh, okay, I think, well, the Dibbles is our assessment that we give, and we give it 3 times a year. Maybe you're referring to how much time do we spend in our early reading program?
That's what I was.
And that's a great question, and one we went to the research to find what was the expected amount that we've seen, and we talk about a reading program to be 2 hours long. And within that reading program, you would differentiate or give core instruction on the foundational skills. So some of our school sites are using SIPs as their core instruction, where they're giving it to the whole class, which is about 15 to 20 minutes. And then other folks are differentiating and giving more than an hour of time where they're rotating the students into groups. So depends on the needs of the students and how the system, how that site is using their resources to deliver the instruction.
And so when they're being assessed with this, are they being assessed individually or is the class?
This DIBELS is an individual assessment. But, and we also progress monitor them using the mastery assessment, and that's done individually too. That's partly why we're having such gains, because we're actually listening and seeing and making decisions.
Awesome, thank you
Yes.
so much.
No, thank you, Ms. Alexander, for that question.
Ms. Peterson, you're doing this at every elementary school, same thing, or are you, in other words, if
Yes.
student transfers from Oakwood to Creekside, they go into the same program and that type of thing?
I'm glad you asked that question because when Neil and I first became in elementary education, we thought that the task was so large for 32 schools to help monitor and manage the implementation. And what we know about implementation science, it takes about 3 years for a site to get fully implemented. So we broke the schools into cohorts, and we took volunteers. That's who most of the folks are behind us, are the volunteers, that first group, and we together created a lot of the organizational consistencies that I spoke of earlier. Those organizational consistencies ebbed and flowed. We changed, we got information. The coaches and I met all the time to try to say, is this working, is it not working? And then we got the plan in place with hopes that they would implement it this year. Then we went to cohort 2, which is the second, the other half of the Title I schools. And we worked with them this year on this cohesive plan with their goal to implement next year. And then finally, coming up next year, we'll be front-loading our non-Title I schools with this plan with the following year to implement. But we have some real go-getters in this district, and we have teachers who are like, oh my goodness, they're doing great things. We want to start early, and they have. We've had a lot of schools starting, a lot of Title I schools starting early, and a lot of non-Title I schools who also are starting early. So by the end of 25, 26, we will be fully implemented in this. Then we will come back and show you how wonderful, where 100% of our students are showing growth and 80 or more are proficient. So that's
Awesome.
my charge.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any comments from the board? Any other questions?
No questions for our lovely teachers?
No, I just have a quick comment.
Comment by Mrs. McFarland.
Thank you for your leadership and thank you for the program implemented, but we all know that that human connection is what puts it over the top. So, hats off to those of you that worked in this cohort and made it happen, because you had to have a human connection with those students in order to get them to buy in and do what you wanted them to do. So we kind of got 2 for the price of 1, so thank you very much.
Any other comments? Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Peterson and Mr. Young for bringing us something other than the budget. We're actually looking at student achievement and where we need to improve and where we have improved, and rewarding those people that are involved. And this has been a very nice evening for me. I like the science, I like the data, and it's been a refreshing part of our agenda this evening to see student achievement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
You're welcome. I know we've wanted to bring this so many times, but it's been a busy year.
Mr. Condon, it's the agenda.
I might have to arm wrestle him to get back up there.
Yeah,
Now, as board members, we have the opportunity to see these programs in action. That's my pet peeve, is that I would like to see this in action and see how it's done,
Well, on behalf of the amazing team behind me, I know that they would love to host you in their rooms at any time,
Yes.
because they welcome me all the time, and I'm very appreciative of that too.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Just real quick, thank you. I come from a family of readers.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you for doing this, because I think it's, well, it's a skill that anybody can use anywhere, and like everybody said, you need that human touch in the beginning, whether it's at home or at school, and not everybody has it home. So anyway, I want to thank everyone involved in the program.
Thank you, Mr. Stroh, you're so right. It does, the biggest gift we can give our students is the gift of reading. So if we can get them reading, we can have a healthier community.
Sure will. Any comments from the audience?
Stay put. Stay put. President Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young, and Ms. Peterson. So going back to my original question, so bang for the buck, we're allotting another $600,000 to CORE. So I guess my question is, how many school sites did CORE visit last year, and this upcoming $600,000, how many sites are they going to be looking at this year?
I think that's a great question, and thank you for asking, because that wasn't very clear in the presentation. CORE Consulting has worked with every single school site in Lodi Unified School District. The elementary school. They have worked, they had more days allotted to our cohort 1 sites and fewer to the cohort 2 and fewer to the non-Title I school. This year, we are continuing that practice, and what's really beautiful about the CORE Consulting model, we have noticed that a professional learning model is so much more effective and I think helpful to our teachers to better their practice as educators. Because if you go to a professional development, I don't know, someplace away from here, and then come back, you aren't going to implement it nearly as much as somebody is going to help you right there in real time. And it's been a really nice, I wish that some of the ladies behind me could be here with me to say this, but I know they would say that these consultants have built beautiful relationships with most of our teachers who feel very comfortable and confident to be vulnerable, because it is scary to have somebody helping you improve your practice. But if we start thinking about it as a practice and as an art, definitely as a science, that we need to learn from the best to teach us what those students need, I think is very important.
So one of the complaints I've heard from teachers about the CORE consultants is that it has to do with substitutes, because this professional development, sometimes we will have a substitute who will work with a teacher, but teachers can't get substitutes for regular, for if they're out sick or a family member is out sick, but we can we seem to get them for these CORE consultants. The other thing, issue with substitutes and not being able to get substitutes, we can do it for these projects, but we can't get substitutes for teachers to participate in other activities that are important for the school community, such as curriculum council. It used to be that curriculum council, when I was on curriculum council, I would be given a release day, I would have a substitute, I could meet, I could actually look at the curriculum because we would have it there. Right now, curriculum councils are all being done remotely. Most of the time, we cannot get a quorum of either teachers and or administrators, because we have administrators there, because we're doing this at the end of the school day. And especially in our secondary, because they end up so late, and then if there's something that happens on campus, if there's a disciplinary issue, things like that, they get tied up in the disciplinary issue and they can't not attend something like curriculum council, which is really important. So I hear what Mrs. Peterson is saying, but I also have concerns about being able to get substitutes and for this initiative, which is important,
but not being able to get substitutes for other things that are important, including even if a teacher is ill or has a family member that is ill and cannot take their time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Reedy?
Good evening, everyone. Substitutes, it's a huge issue. I 100% agree. What I will say about these core consultants and getting more bang for our buck is in a given day when a core consultant comes to my site, that sub will service 4 teachers. So it's not like those 4 teachers are out of their classroom all day long. They're out of their classroom for an hour. So the real-time experience that you get as a teacher, seeing somebody working with your kids and then being able to go back and implement it in your classroom 15 minutes later, the next day, that's irreplaceable. I can watch a video later and I'll learn from it, but it's not the same as being with those little people. It's just not. Again, it's not a perfect world, but we're doing the best we can to give our kids the best experience. And the one thing I'll say about one of the core consultants building those relationships, yeah, she might be a SIPS consultant, but one of my favorite phrases she says is, we're not here to build SIPS students, we're here to build readers and writers. We're using one component to help them.
What else can you ask? Very nice. I want to say, if you can't read, you can't do very many things. You can't do math, you can't do anything. You must have the reading skills and the knowledge that you have, what you've read, so you can participate further on. I know that we have our issues with the reading now. We also have some low scores in math. I would suggest to the superintendent that we might have with something like this with our math at the elementary school level, because that's where it starts.
Well, I know Dr. Seha is working on math, and that will be coming next, because those two together are critical for our students.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay, thank you very much, all the teachers that have attended. Now you can go back and prepare for your vacation. Yeah. There you go.
You know, you could stay if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Dr. Sally, you got A through G completion rate improvements for UC and US.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board. Mr. Young, I'd like to ask Ms. Cindy Metler and Ren Pham Heck to come forward. There's a report regarding our A to G completion and our A to G grant we're utilizing. And this is actually a two-prong effort. They're going to primarily support or report on one, but in one aspect, we're offering to our high schools the opportunity to offer an additional period or 2 of a to G course for 0 period to allow students to take additional courses or allow room in their schedule for other activities. And that's really, that will be funded with the A to G grant. But the report that you'll see before you, if you could pull up the report, please, thank you, is regarding what we talked about earlier, the improvement of a D grade so that we can improve our completion rate for A to G compliance. And so both efforts are obviously to increase access to our university. So Cindy, are you going to speak? Or Ms. Aisha Bryce also, sorry, Aisha, Dr. Bryce, I missed.
All right. Good evening, President, all the members of the board, Mr. Young. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide in terms of our executive summary. We would like to increase our A through G completion rate, so we are striving for the state's average of 67%, and it will also have an impact on our dashboard. We want to make sure that we're providing additional avenues to our students to reduce who receive a D in a core A through G course. And it decreases the need for students to seek outside avenues, such as different paid opportunities through different universities. So it eliminates that financial burden to those families and provides direct teacher support and guidance to our students by the use of using CyberHigh for their grade improvement. And again, like Dr. Solly mentioned, this will be funded through our A through G improvement grant. So we wanted to make sure that we provided some statistics for your review in terms of where we are as a district, the county, and the state, spanning from 2018-19 to 2021 to 22. So you have an opportunity to kind of see where we are, where our county is, and where the state. So we are striving to reach that goal. We are there in the blue. Next slide.
So what we did is we had some data pulled using the class of 2024, which would be our current juniors. There are currently 1,886 students in that class of 2024 at the 4 comprehensive high schools. We asked our wonderful ARE department, who spent lots of time pulling this data together for us, we really appreciate them, to tell us how many students, or how many, the data on the left is how many semester courses were given a D, or did students earn a D in, and they broke it down for us by grade level and by subject area. We focused on history, English, and math because those are the core subjects that are A through G approved through CyberHigh. 9th graders do not take history, or they take that's an option to take geography. That is not it's an area G on the A through Gs. That's why you don't see, we are only looking at the history area A courses, so that's why you don't see any for 9th grade. So the data on the right is the current number of class of 2024 students who by high school site have at least 1 or 2 semester Ds. So there's a total of 613 students out of that class of 2024 that could possibly be affected and have grades improved by what we're proposing tonight. So like we said, our target population is the current class of 2024. Those who have 1 or 2 Ds in a core A through G course at some point in their 9th, 10th, or 11th grade career. Our target courses are A through G approved courses that are available within the CyberHigh platform. Those courses will include English, math, and history. Our goal is to, for next school year, have at least 100 semester grade improvements by comprehensive site. So a total of 400 grade improvements among the 4 comprehensive high schools. Once we track our data and we see how the students are doing, we would like to potentially expand that opportunity to additional grade levels, not just focusing on basically next year's seniors, but also trying to get the younger kids as well. The platform that we are looking at using is CyberHigh. It operates out of Fresno County office. It is approved for A through G eligibility. It has been used at Independence for the last 2 years. We had CyberHigh pull the students' exam success rate, and they completed these semester courses at an 88% rate. This also gives students, like Aisha mentioned, there are students who currently do improve grades of Ds, but they have to pay for that. They go to places, you know, Miss Van Peck knows better as the counselor. There are organizations out there, universities, that students can pay a fee and they can improve their D grades. And then we also did want to differentiate from the current credit recovery platform Apex that we use for credit recovery. We wanted to make sure that this is not connected because Apex is used for credit recovery. This is not credit recovery. This is improving grades of a D. So that's why we decided to go with the CyberHigh.
The grant is given to 4 high schools to do the grade improvement. So what we're thinking about is having a teacher given on a special assignment or a .2 FTE to connect with students and get them into the class, schedule them with the collaboration from the counselors to find these students and reach out to them and make sure that we're keeping them on track for A through G, and then connecting them with the teacher. The teacher will be doing the proctoring, getting them into the classes, and monitoring them. And we do that. We set a time frame for each semester for them to get a class completed. Why this came about is because when kids come and ask me, how can I make up the D in world history? I have to just show them the list of all the A through G classes or programs, online programs, and generally the cost is between $300 to $500 per semester. So it breaks my heart to say these are your options, or if you didn't get into summer school, then just go on the first day and see if you can add. So this is a great opportunity for us to increase our A through G rate, and at the same time build students' ability to have an opportunity to graduate high school and be prepared for college or whatever their post-secondary opportunities are. So then a student will have a chance to then connect with one of the teacher that's been designated to keep them on track, monitor their progress, and make sure that because it's part of the grant, so we want to make sure that they're successful in it. And then counselors will refer these students and then continue to do the recruitment using the Cyber High platform.
In addition to this opportunity to have a focused teacher guide and support our students with great improvement on that D in an A through G course through Cyber High, also like to propose that each comprehensive high school receive an additional 2.0 FTE that will allow students to take an A through G course during a 0 period. Each high school will go through a data analysis to determine which A through G course should be offered through that option. So we wanted to make sure that we presented a proposal that allows, remember going back to that number of 613 students, to have an opportunity to achieve their goal, to have not only graduate from one of our wonderful high schools, but also have the opportunity to apply to our colleges and universities. So at this time, we will entertain questions.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Alexander?
I'm sorry if you stated this and I missed it. The grant, ongoing, or is there a definitive amount of time?
If I may, it's a 5-year grant. Started a year back. We're in the second year, end of the second year. We have 3 more years of timeline to run through. We have expended probably 20% or less. Most of the funding has been allocated to the Measuring Student Learning Project with the Riverside County Office of Ed and efforts to look at transcript analysis. And so this is an opportunity to capitalize on that grant some more. So it's got 3 more years of school year ahead of us.
Awesome, thank you. Also, science, I'm going to throw out science. How does that figure in? Is it coming in?
Unfortunately, Cyber High, when you look at their course list, and I believe a lot of these online programs are like this, because you need labs for the A through G component, for the UC system to approve it, it's really difficult to do a lab online. We actually have Sandy Starr, our science instructional coach. She's been meeting with us and speaking as well, and we would love to be able to do something for that subject. It's just really difficult because of that lab component. We'd have to have a teacher. The teachers actually have to help the kids go through the labs, it's a bigger process, I think, than what we can handle right now, but we definitely would like to look at that next.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Ball?
Thank you, President Nama. You mentioned that you're monitoring progress of these children. Could you shed more light on that, please? How do you monitor their progress?
Well, the teacher that's going to be designated will be able to have access to, or like similar to like a Google Classroom, and be able to see to see the student's progress, and then every week check in with the student, and then have like time set either after school or 8 to 8 o'clock in the morning. The student come in and keep them on pace. When we're offering students an opportunity to make to do a grade improvement, we have to provide an opportunity to support them as well.
In continuation, do you have any parent involvement with this?
This is so new. We just started talking about this. I mean, we've been talking about it for the last 2 years, but in March, yes, we would love parent involvement. And we're also hoping to look for a program that's more online program that's more comprehensive, to include maybe Earth and space science, world language, and and biology. And so that's what that's phase 2, and hopefully in the spring, once we can see that it's really working, getting the teachers to, it's really, at the end of the day, it's connecting with students and having another adult. I feel like it's like advertising students, these students that are close to being A through G, that's our target, and then giving them the avid skills, checking on them, and having another adult on campus connecting with them. And I think that will start a movement at the 4 high schools in building additional relationships.
No, I appreciate that. I just think personally that when there is parent involvement, there's usually the progress that you're desiring, you'll see better progress. Once at home, they continue at home.
I believe the parents, part of it is signing off on the fact that the student's going to be willing to do this, and then maybe reaching out and keeping parents abreast of their progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Porter?
Yeah. I have quite a few questions. It's a very intriguing program that Dr. Sully and all of you put together. First of all, motivation. Why would any kid want to do this? And since this is not anything new, what are the motivation of students to take this course? Now, we talk about A through G. If the kid's got a D, I'm happy with the D. Where's the motivation for the students to change the D? And how many kids will be involved do you project?
So the focus is trying to allow these students to be A through G eligible. So that's where the motivation, the desire to want to see the possibilities after they leave our comprehensive sites. And having that teacher support, that direct connection to say that you could do this. They're checking on them, they're developing a plan so that it is attainable. We have students that sometimes they lose sight of the prize because they don't have that additional layer of support, and having the guidance to say this is doable. So with this plan, this builds that in for those students. And we're striving to have 100 semester grades per comprehensive site. So we're trying to target those 613 students who have 1 or 2 Ds. So we are going to really focus on 30 core students, working with the designated teacher at each comprehensive site, the counselors, to kind of get that core group going. And as soon as they start going through that process, we will continue to bring in additional students. But we really are striving to provide this opportunity for all of those 613 students if they would desire.
And I think part of that too is that point 2 support teacher will be very important, because they'll work with the counselors, the registrars, to identify those kids who, having taught the Avid elective for 8 years at Bear Creek, having taught senior English for multiple years at Bear Creek, I was always shocked at the number of kids who missed A through G's by 1 grade because they failed English 9,
right,
or world language, and didn't realize when they were a freshman or a sophomore the impact that was going to have for them when they were trying to apply to UC Davis or Sac State. They didn't realize they couldn't. So we're hoping to catch those kids who are ideally those motivated kids, but also motivate those kids who are not motivated by using that support teacher, working with the counselors, doing parent presentations, back to school nights, college career night, really get the word out that we want to help kids remediate those Ds.
Well, I'm not doubting your empathy to get this done. I do question, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
One more note that if they don't have to cycle back into Spanish 2, it opens up for them to take additional electives, CET courses. It just really opens up
Are you talking about
opportunities for
zero
the
period
classes.
that allows them to go CTE?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about zero period with CTE, or are you still talking about?
If they didn't have to, if they had D in second semester of Spanish 2,
Right.
they have to retake that. But this time, they have an opportunity to make it up under the grade A through G grant.
Right.
Then it opens up for them to take other electives.
Yeah, because you've gone to zero period on this, and I like that. My question though was, obviously you've looked at or you're lifted material from other school districts that have already implemented this. My question was, what percentage of students that met your bar, because you do have a bar, you just told me. Two Ds, I believe, was your bar, is that correct?
It's the students who have 1 or 2 semester Ds.
Right, so you do have a bar. And looking at other schools, what was their success rate in getting those students to buy into this program?
Over the past 2 years, Independence has utilized the Cyber High, and they had an 88% success rate in completion.
Yeah, I read that. I'm talking about and I'm not trying to be rude, but and also Apex offers a biology and I believe earth science. I'm talking about the buy-in from the students. So you had to look at Riverside County of Ed, and the schools there. How were the kids motivated to grab onto? How successful was that? And then when they did get into it, how successful were they? That's my question.
I don't have specific data regarding that zero period aspect. This is really not an effort that I'm aware of that Riverside County delved into deeply. The work we're doing with them concentrates on 2 things primarily. Making sure that the courses are properly aligned to standards and the syllabi align with the course content. And then also making sure that the grading in those courses is accurate and valid for the students. And then by those components coming together, the grading, the students had more buy-in to work harder. They felt that there was a payoff, that their grade was, quote, more valid to them. And in situations like, I know they discussed situations at some of their schools where they eliminated the zero grade aspect of a loss or a missed assignment. There was a floor, 40% or 50%. And those efforts combined, and Riverside, I believe, doubled, maybe more, but at least doubled the A to G compliance or completion rates.
Their percentages went up?
Yes. So
Okay.
I don't know that they were, I'm not familiar with the zero period in that effort.
Well, I'm probably pretty specific. Like, let's say high school X, we offered this program, we had 50 students or 100 with 2 Ds or more or less. How many of those kids bought into it? How successful were they? That's what I'm kind of looking at.
Well,
Maybe I'm too deep on it.
And this being a pilot year, we'll have that data, really mid-year at semester, we'll have some data, and then end of year, we'll have certainly better data.
Okay.
Mr. Porter, can I have Michael go back to slide 3? I think this is, for me, telling this is what makes a difference. We're going to talk about kids learning how to read and science is important. You've got to look at this data and look at the state and look at ours and the county. If that doesn't
No,
guide us
I was the one
to
that
do
pointed
this,
this out months ago.
If this
That our
isn't
A through
guidance-
G was horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is a part
there's
of
no
moving
doubt
the
in my
needle.
mind that this is horrible. I talked to Mr. Younger about it specifically, but you're taking on this program, and I just want to know how successful it's been in other schools and get a better feel for what we're trying to do. It's information for me. I'm not questioning your motivation nor the need. The need is strictly there. Who picks the teachers?
Well, it was Ms. Teeter and I that kind of started talking about it, and then we were thinking, went with the Avid model.
Right.
And so it just kind of, we talked to the Mr. Dawson, Mr. Avalos, and we came up with recommendations.
Okay.
And then put in a team that's willing, that already have connections with students. The
Yeah, based
general-
on what you see here, I ran the numbers, and it looks like you need English teachers and math teachers. What is it, 584 English students have 2 Ds or more? 509 in math. It kind of surprised me. I thought it'd be reversed, more math than English, but whatever. Okay, and my last question is, this is kind of the elephant in the room. Why are we offering non-CP classes?
Why are we not?
Why are we offering non-CP classes, which will take them out of the A through G immediately when they take that class?
That was a board directive a few years back.
Board directive?
Yes.
Did I turn to Mr. Saul?
That's a larger discussion. We
Or
will be-
policy?
Well, it was implemented through board direction years and years ago.
Board direction.
And we are considering bringing back some discussion points.
But yet
in the
at
future.
every WASC review, they get
it is a
hammered
concern.
for having non-CP.
It is a
And
loss.
I think I'm the only person on this board that has taught non-CP.
We'll be bringing some conversations forward in the future.
Because if we get rid of that, that would be another component of helping A through G. Would it not?
It could improve completion and graduation potentials, yes.
Ladies, I think you're on a great path. I'm really excited about where you're headed. I think this is a noble and good thing that you're doing, and I really look forward to seeing your success. I want to champion this. I think it's very necessary. I think any rigor we can add to kids and help them after they fall a little bit is awesome. And I wish we could do little things like this for all kids, right? Even those that get Fs. And I know that your heart is all in the right place. So thank you for answering my questions. I can be direct, but I just wanted to get all the information so I know what I'm talking about. So thank you for your time.
Do you mind, can I add something?
Sure.
So the reason we also are focusing on the D, I don't know if we made that clear, is that there are options for kids who do fail.
Mhm.
They can go to summer school.
No, I know.
A lot of times they can repeat a class during their school day, periods 1 through 6 at our 3 sites, periods 1 through 4 at McNair. We don't allow kids, typically, to repeat a course that they got a D in.
Well, I
They
think
usually
board
don't take summer
directors should
school.
change on that. What do you think?
I would love to have that conversation.
All right, so
Yeah.
that'd be great. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Any comments from the audience?
Back again. So I have a logistical question. So this is a 0 period, so the kids actually have to be at school to do this, or, because it's an online program, so that's why I'm a little confused.
It's a two-pronged proposal. So the 0 period, that is that additional 2.2, that the site will determine that will be placed in the master schedule. The second component for Cyber High is the support teacher has that flexibility before and after school to provide that support. But the student would be working on their work independently, but they would need to show up and have their test proctored by that support teacher.
Okay, so that whoever has that 0.2 FTE, the teacher, has the flexibility of doing this either, proctoring that test, say before school, after school, working with the kid's schedule. So even though it's on a master schedule as a 0 period, they don't really have a 0 period necessarily, unless it's when they're going to do the test proctoring, things like that, or during their, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be on the students as a 0 period during that process, because we have 2 separate things,
Right.
a 0 period offer, and then our Cyber High students. But
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so it's basically a scheduling thing more than a scheduling for the teacher more than the student.
So the cyber high students are not taking the 0 period.
that is being offered to anyone who wants to, the sites, like Aisha said, the sites will determine what subject that zero period is going to be in. That's just something separate from Cyber High. The Cyber High kids are not enrolled in a zero period.
Okay. So for them to get credit,
they don't need the credit because they have the credit because they got the D.
Okay, so basically, so if it's, so let's say I got a D, never got a D, but anyway, well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, we won't talk about my, my PCAM, but anyway. So let's say I get a D, and I'm trying to get into a UC, and I know I need to up that grade because I'm never going to get in. So when I do Cyber High, then for me to get the, all I have to do is submit that paperwork, those test scores, etc., to the teacher who's handling the Cyber High, and then they would go in and put in the grade change request through the registrar. That's how that would work?
Correct, and that's something that our group will be working on with the support teachers, is to develop the procedures, the forms, the how-tos of what that's going to look like.
Okay, but basically as a student, it's up to me. It would be on my own time. I would have to find the time to take the online courses, complete it, and then turn the work in. It would not be during a regular school day.
Correct, but I think the support teachers are there also for guidance after school and before school, for support in helping those students get through that course.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, staff, for offering the opportunity to do this. Great presentation, and I know that this is your first year, and then I understand Dr. Sally is going to bring some type of an evaluation on this in the next school year. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, sir.
Okay, thanks again. Thank you very much for your report. Next report, Victor Elementary School Early Literacy Support Block. Grant report, please. Dr. Sal.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young. We bring to you the Early Literacy Support Block Grant, which Victor Elementary has obtained, and an annual report which is due and will be presented by Principal Valverde and Ms. Cheryl Davis, intervention teacher.
Well, good evening, President Nava, Mr. Young, members of the board. I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our school K-3 progress report on the early literacy grant for the 2022-2023 school year. You do have a report in front of you, and I am so happy to inform you that Victor Elementary School has achieved significant progress in closing the academic achievement gap. At the beginning of the school year in August of 2022, only 38% of our K through third grade students were reading at grade level, 38%. However, by the end of the school year in May 2023, 76% of K through third grade students were reading at grade level. Okay, you got the next slide. Next slide. Thanks. So you can see on your data there some of the results: kindergarten, first grade. Next slide, please. For example, here in second grade, when we started the year in the beginning of August 2022, only 41% of our students were performing above benchmark or at the beginning or at the benchmark. So at the end of the school year, 67% of our students were reading at benchmark. That's, and if you compare ourselves with the district with second grade students, which the average was 51%, slightly higher, not much, but slightly higher than the overall second grade. Next slide, please. Third grade, we don't do dibbles for third grade, so we did the reading results. And at the beginning of the school year, 22% of our students were performing at a grade level. in May of 2023, 66% of our students were performing at grade level. I'm not at liberty to tell you about the SBAC results, but I tell you, third grade, they did an awesome job. So it's really definitely working. The early literacy program that we have at Victor is really working. At this point, I want to introduce to you Mrs. Cheryl Davis, our K through third intervention teacher. She will provide the highlights of our program and discuss some key factors that contributed to our significant progress in reading proficiency at Victor Elementary School.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me be here. It has been a phenomenal year. I have been in Lodi Unified for many years and taught reading for many years, and this has been quite a pleasure to help in reading intervention, only in reading intervention, and working with this SIPS program. I am so excited about the SIPS program. I want to dovetail a little bit into what Mr. Velarde was talking about with our second and third graders, because if you dovetail into their reading counts, their reading program where we come up with the Lexile levels, if you take our second graders, they were all considered BR readers at the beginning of the year, straight across the board. And now they are all of them are Lexile levels. We had 11 out of 18 Lexile levels, 555 or above, with the rest still above BR, not quite at 555. But of course, our goal in third grade is to have them above 540, so we're not going off into read 180 for however long that will last. So we are so excited, and we only had 3 third graders that didn't quite make that cutoff. So this is huge, and I really do attribute it to the SIPS program. Let me continue on with what I was going to say. So this grant is an accumulation. This is the second year of the grant. We had a full-time grant teacher the first year, and now we had me for half-time. We worked so hard. I think we double timed our half-time. We had a lot of great value with the ELSB workshop trainings that the county offered, that Sac County offered. The core trainings were magnificent. Having our core teacher come in, it was just wonderful. She orchestrated, she helped, we sat and brainstormed with individual students. It was wonderful. I cannot tell you how helpful that was. We did SIPS walkthroughs where we went and visited teachers. We went in, each of us, had our students and others would come in, and we would watch each other to try to get better. Because it is a learning process. A lot of us were brand new at SIPS. Even though SIPS has been around as long as I can, for a long, long time. When I was back at CERNA, I can remember the psych telling me, oh, SIPS, it's so good for these kids that need our extra help. And I listened, but at that time, that's not what we were doing for our regular ed kids. And even though I was the reading intervention at CERNA, I didn't take that much into account. But as years went on, I saw that I would send my kids to resource, and they would be doing SIPS, and there would be results, and I was like, whoa, okay. So anyway, other things that we did were the student progress report meetings, and our after-school program was very, very helpful because they were kind of our extension in that they provided academic support that was linked to our school SIPS program. So they would read the SIPS materials that we as teachers would send home with them for homework. We had strong teacher support, and I think this is so important in this program, is that teachers really believe in the program and really work together. We used a 90-minute English language arts block, and we Another thing that we did is we had 3 meetings a year to target students that were just not quite meeting up to what our expectations were, or falling a little bit behind. And that was very helpful because then we could provide extended intervention for them. Some went to testing, but you know, it helps in those discussions to know what we can do above and beyond for the students that need the extra help. Like I said, I've been teaching reading in this district for many, many years, and SIPS is by far the best way to teach young readers to decode words. And I say this because, you know, I had this critical eye because I've gone through a lot of different programs, but I read with the 3rd graders. And normally when I read with a 3rd grader, I've got 3rd graders that will guess. And what this program creates is students that will work to decode those unfamiliar words. And that wasn't the case before. That's not what we had. We were telling kids to go back and reread, to use other strategies, but very seldom were they looking through the word to decode it. But this SIPS program, I mean, it is so precise, and it'll teach most any child to be a reader. The deal is commitment. It has to be commitment from the teachers. It has to be wholehearted. You have to be passionate about it. And it works. So it's been a phenomenal year, and I'm glad you have been a part of it.
Thank you. I know that you have a buy-in by the teachers that are doing this on the program, and that's an important thing. I have one question. I know that we have some attendance problems. Do you have any problems with attendance that the students fall below and then you have to catch up, or how do you do that?
And you are very right about that. There are attendance problems. And what we did this year is the teachers were very flexible. So if we have a child that is chronically late, we moved that group of kids later on for their SIPS instruction so that they were able to participate. It's very important that those kids stay within that group, because if you don't get those lessons continually and consistently, you fall behind very quickly. So, yes. And, you know, there's other issues as well. There's a child that perhaps is just too difficult for and needs just that extra intervention, needs extra sessions, needs to go back and revisit. But those are not, you know, there's not that many times that happens. I was just amazed. I truly was. This was my first year doing SIPS. I put my heart and soul into it, and I couldn't believe how far my kids got.
If you're amazed, I want to see this program, because I want to be amazed also.
Listen, it works. It
Yes.
works. John Scheffelbein, I saw years ago when he was first beginning, and to me, I thought, oh my gosh, it's a little bit monotonous and all. He's got it down to a science, truly a science, where you're teaching every sound, and it's beautiful. Come see
I'm
it.
glad you're excited.
Come see it. Come see it, because it works.
That tells me a lot when you're excited like that, because you're having some progress, you know. Okay, any questions, any comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Ball.
I thank you for your dedication and your flexibility for these children, moving that class down for them in the time of the day. That really makes a difference. I do have a quick question though. For the after-school program, you mentioned that they provide academic support to these children. How long is this after-school program, and is it every day?
It's every day, and what we do, we train our paraprofessionals with SIPS, and so we do have available Ms. Davis stays after school, certain days. And our SIP teachers, our regular mainstream teachers also will stay, but also we train our paraprofessionals to help those students. Specifically, we send homework home so they can work with the students. And we plan to do that next year because it was really helpful with that. We called it we have kind of a reading lab kind of a deal there, but it was basically SIPs that students come in and they can do their exam homework. Or if they were out or late, we can review that lesson.
So is it like an hour or 2 hours after
An hour,
school?
I would say an hour average, no more than that. Because they did more than reading other homework too. But it was basically, we target those students because we know if they cannot read, they're not gonna be able to do math or science. We have 41% of our students are English learners. And so, as a result of that, we target that, but that's our pretty much the extra ELD.
Dr. Ball, the ACES program, which happens after school, including in Victor, the first hour is specifically for academic time. So it's within that hour period of time.
Yes, any other comments from the board? I want to thank you, Ms. Davis, for your enthusiasm on your success. Thank you, Senor Alejandro, for everything that you've done at that school. Any comments from the board? I mean, the audience? No comments? Thank you for your presentation, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. The next one, we have another report. This is Board Rule 131, 2.2. Dr. Sally.
Mr. President, honorable members of the board, and Mr. Young, you will see in the attachments the actual policy with revised language proposals, struck language, and then additional or new language in italics. I want to provide a little background on this item. The proposed revision to this complaints concerning instructional resources rule 1312.2 was provided due to some inquiries I received had come into the district regarding specific books. This policy revision is intended to address three specific areas in the policy, which is to identify the process for the complaints, to identify a reconsideration committee of educators and parents, and to identify the criteria for determining whether a resource is retained or removed. Complaints and concerns have been raised in the past few months regarding books that may contain sexually explicit material and or excessive profanity. Board policy has been reviewed, other local district policies reviewed, and revised language is formulated and reviewed by the Cabinet Educational Service Directors and our attorney. I was unable to identify the last time a complaint was submitted or the last time the reconsideration committee convened. This policy was last revised in 1998. The current language, 1312.2, had some concerns that were discovered or uncovered. There were committee concerns and resolution concerns. The committee concerns involved that there may have been an even number of members in some cases, the elementary in particular, with no tiebreaker indicated if there was a split vote on the determination. It included those members who may have selected the challenge material that a constituent was asking to be removed. And it does not identify how a couple of members on the committee were to be selected. Some resolution concerns were that the criteria for determination of whether to retain or remove a resource was that the committee would examine, read, and discuss the material and form an opinion. The major criteria for the final decision is the appropriateness of the material for its intended educational use. There's no reference to state or federal laws and policies pertaining to minors. The right to appeal is direct to the Board of Education, which would require a Board of Education action item for resolution. The proposed language is intended to clarify the process, the committee membership, and the criteria for retention or removal of a resource. It identifies the selection of 5 educators, 3 teachers and 2 administrators, and 2 parent or guardians. It identifies a set of defined criteria to determine retention or removal, and it upholds the educational value requirement in alignment with curriculum standards while adhering to the laws and policies pertaining to minors. The reconsideration criteria listed are for the purpose of protecting minors. They are, in a sense, guardrails to differentiate the appropriateness for each lane, those lanes being the elementary, middle, high school, and adult lanes. The district's interest is always to protect children entrusted to its care from anything harmful to minors. The policy revision is also recommended to protect the district from liability. This policy is not a ban of a resource or resources, rather it is a filter for age level appropriate content, which we currently do and have done since the internet was brought into our classrooms as required by the Children's Internet Protection Act and federal E-rate funding requirements. We are seeking the board's input and direction for this rule. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Dr. Sally from the board? Comments, questions? Whatever you want. Ms. Alexander?
Sure, I'll start. Couple of things that have stood out tonight. Number one, board policy. I feel like as a board member, I should be involved, not just handed. This is the first I'm seeing. Obviously, a 1960 policy revised in 98 needs work. You can kind of see my redacted copy and your redacted copy. And so my feeling is that we have a whole lot of work to do on this and a whole lot of questions that need to be asked. And number one is the omission of the board. When you go into the CDE website and you first see, one of the things it always talks about is board approval on pretty much everything, and yet there is no board approval in this policy. Can that be answered, or why we were redacted out of this process?
Well, as the current language stands, an appeal by a constituent goes directly to the board. So to resolve that appeal, each appeal would have to become a public meeting agenda item, and I foresee that that could become a cumbersome number of issues.
I have a whole lot of problems with this, and I feel like this is an intro to the start of a process that is bigger, and I'm all for controversial things coming up and doing that as long as we do right by our kids. And that's where I'm at on this.
Thank you.
We're just going on the line.
On the line.
I'd like to kind of keep some of my comments till I hear the rest of my board and the audience comments, but the one thing that Dr. Sully and I called him about and had questions about was that my concern is this is focused on library versus classroom. And my biggest concern is that we're not prohibiting a teacher to add a book as part of curriculum. And I might be saying that wrong because my degree is not in education. I want to make sure that the teacher's hands are not tied with a book to enrich curriculum. And so I'm kind of looking at it through that lens, but I know we're focusing on library. And so I just want to make sure that as we work through this, that that there's no confusion for me, this board member, and that we're not hamstringing our educational or our curriculum process.
Thank you, Mr. Stroll.
Well, I got a few, but I'll just start with one is I kind of have a problem with one certified librarian media specialist crossed out. Now, I don't know if that means a librarian or media specialist means from the old AV days, but I think if there's going to be a committee, there needs to be somebody who's studied about being a librarian and how to pick the right kind of stuff for kids and that kind of stuff. I think we're doing a great disservice to ourselves if we cross that person out because that's what they studied for. There's part of my 2 cents. You can go on.
Okay, Mr. Stroll.
I guess it's a half cent.
Yes, you can accent.
I want the other half a cent. And I don't have a big problem with a lot of this, other than I kind of go along with the Stroh. If I read it right, we're crossing out librarians off the committee. Is that correct? I mean, for me, I kind of think the librarians should be part of that. I think they're an integral part of this committee.
Mr.
Other
Connect,
than that, I don't really have much of a problem with this.
just to give you a rationale, members of the board, the responsibility of a certificated librarian is to select books for the library, and those books often get used as supplemental materials to the core curriculum. The curriculum goes through Curriculum Council first and then comes to the board for approval, whereas library books are selected by our certificate librarians. That is their job, that is what they are qualified to do. So to have them selecting the books and then sitting on the committee that reconsiders the books, that was the rationale behind why they wouldn't be a voting member of that committee.
Okay. That makes some sense. Thank you.
Mr. Ball?
I just, thank you, President Nava, but I feel like if everybody has questions on something, especially our esteemed board here, I think we should come back to this after we've given it some more thought and talked about it. I don't know how you feel about that.
It's only a report, Dr. Ball. It's only a report.
It's a report,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand. But it is a rule which is part of board policies.
Yeah, so board policies are the policies of the board and they are approved by the board. The rule is how, like an enactment of components within the board policy, often referred to as was mentioned before, these are the AR, I don't know why I'm the administrative regulations that go along with the board policy. So this we're bringing because it's hot topic item and it's important that it be considered and weighed heavily by the board. So as far as the direction the board wants to give, next steps, we are certainly open to whatever the board's interest. This is by no means a one and done, walk away. This is a process and we understand that.
And thank you, that was my point. We're not making a decision that this is it, done. We could come back to it and look at it again. And
We're bringing it to you for your consideration.
Thank you.
To get input.
Can,
Go ahead.
Just to add to that, this is fluid. So even if for some reason we said it's golden tonight, it can always be changed by board policy. Board policy doesn't have to be. It's not forever until the board changes it again. Is that correct?
Anytime the board wants to consider a rule change, that can be done. In this case, it hasn't been done since 1998, other than a technical change, I believe, in 2011. Yeah. Okay. But there is nothing that says the board can't reconsider a rule at some point.
So we make a change and say, oh, that was done with us, then we can change it back or do something else.
I think you could say that's done with us.
Oh,
then you can blame us for that.
Benefit of the doubt.
But I understand that this is a process. I probably wouldn't use the term fluid process. However, it is a process for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I did a deep dive on this and went to the California Department of Education and looked at their recommendations on, first of all, just board policy. It's supposed to be reviewed annually. Now, I've been on the board 5 years. I don't remember us reviewing anything. Now, Mr. Nava and Mr. Knackstead have been here longer. Board policy is supposed to be reviewed annually, according to the CD. How's that happen?
No.
I mean, no one else can say anything. I love it.
Mr. Porter, we've had some reviews on some board policies.
Yes.
And there's, I know that Superintendent Young is going to come with running on reviewing all these board policies and recommending whatever needs to be done.
I do believe COVID had an impact on that, for sure.
We use COVID for everything.
I'm going to use it at this point. However, moving forward, I've heard clearly from the board that's a priority.
That's right. All right, my sarcasm is flowing here. The bathrooms don't work, it's COVID's fault. The HVAC doesn't work, it's COVID's fault. Now, procedures for handling complaints. That's what I think this is. Handling complaints. My problem is, and it comes into, of course, was already mentioned, that we don't bring our specialists in, our pros, which are our librarians. two of which I believe have masters and would know appropriate content. When I'm looking down here at your committee, you have one elementary teacher. Do you honestly believe that this is a K through 6 situation, or is it a 7 through 12 issue?
I believe it's all of the above. It's K6 and it's 7-12.
So our libraries in K6 need to have review of all books that they have.
This is not a process whereby we go through and review all books. This is due process should a constituent bring forth a concern.
Thank you very much for that. Now, moving down to letter H. It says visual representations, people can read, but here I'm going to go through it anyway. I feel like the teacher that's reading the PowerPoint. Horrible. Visual representations, including pictures, drawing, cartoons, or paintings that appear to depict minors, I can't speak tonight, or others engaged in sexual activity, generally with harmful and mildly different than applied to adults. We deal with minors, period. Because in California, anybody below 18 is a minor. That's the rule of law in California. Is that correct?
Anyone we deal with under the age of 18 is a minor, yes.
Okay, so harmful materials for minors include any communication because of nudity, sex, excretion, This bleeds into the classroom. This doesn't talk about the library. This bleeds into things that go on in the classroom. Like if I have up, and I wrote this to you already, where I show prehistoric man to modern man, the big poster, and somebody's offended by that, it would go to this.
Yep.
Wouldn't it? If we have a health teacher that shows what herpes looks like on genitalia, that would go to this. H takes care of all that. And this is not new, you and I have discussed this. H bleeds into the teachers, and it also bleeds in. Teachers are already pulling books from their curriculum for fear, in Lodi Unified, for fear of just being harassed. They don't want to deal with it. And although I agree with what you're trying to do here, I have some problems, and I have problems with the committee, leaving out the librarians. They are the pros. And I also have a problem with the fact that the board doesn't have final say. I think it's very draconian. I find this half-baked at best, and it could have been brought to the board. This is where we're going with it. We could have read it, made suggestions, and came back to it. This was brought to us during open session for discussion, and I'm discussing how I feel, which obviously many people don't, that we're touching on areas that can bleed into other areas that other districts have. Now, I cite that in June 1st, our governor and the superintendent of education sent out a letter saying any book that is banned from the library has to go to the Department of Justice. So if we remove any book, we have to turn in the reason why from the library or any teaching book. Okay? And this came out June 1st, excuse me. And now it's June, 13th, 14th, I can't remember. So it seems to me that there are many holes in this that we need to have professionals look at. Now, I understand that the librarians were trying to be proactive and came together, I could be wrong, months ago, and tried to put together a proposal to deal with this very issue. Now, Mr. Johnson's here, he'll talk about his views on that, or maybe I'm wrong, but I like the proactiveness. What I found in the CD was quite astonishing in terms of some of the things that we currently do have in the books on the shelves in our library that could meet not the criteria for the CDE. So my whole point in this is poorly done, and it could lead to marginalization of certain groups. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, my point is that I've never been in this board for a long time, but I don't like to micromanage anything. But I'm familiar with the rules and the board and policies and that type of thing. And I know that the board is responsible for all this. I don't care to be involved in what you people are doing. You get paid for that. I'm not getting paid for doing that. I'm getting paid to review what you bring me, and if I like it, and it's a good for all concerned, and it's an approval thing, that's my responsibility. And my responsibility is not to do this and select that, select this. Responsibility is you people that are working on this, and that's why we have a whole bunch of administrators here that know all the rules and all that more than I do, since I've been retired for 18 years. So I've lost a lot of that stuff, but now a lot of things that are coming in new. And I know June 1st, yeah, all the books that are banned, of course, I know that. But your rule has to do with the library books. And I think that the board is concerned about, as I understand it, is the makeup of the committee. That's number one, makeup of that committee, if you're not including the librarians and so forth and so on. But what I like for you to do, and to satisfy me, is to cover all bases on this rule. Cover every single base without leaving any holes or anything like that. Because I know we're going to get comments from the audience, and then we can get some more information from them as it goes. Maybe we won't, but we'll do it that way. Okay? Okay, now we have comments from the audience. I will take comments from the audience. I see Mr. Johnson.
You know, it's been a hot minute since I've been at a board meeting at 10:05.
But Jeff, wait a minute. You've been here before longer than that. That's why you got white hair.
It's been a minute since I've done one of these sessions,
Okay,
so
right.
I have to tell you,
since you've been here, okay.
it's a little creepy karma. But anyway, so Jeff Johnston, certificated librarian. I'm a unicorn. There are only 4 of us in Lodi Unified School District, and we are acutely aware of trends both in our state and in our nation with regards to books and book controversies. We stay up to date on this stuff. We review it. We get updates and alerts from CDE and their library division. We read scholarly journals, the school library journal. We get updates from the school library arm of the American Library Association. We did meet over a couple of different common planning days after the first of the year. The 4 of us, along with Gabby Vasquez, who meets with us regularly, director of the IMC. She oversees the K libraries, and so together we kind of talk about library things. We're nerdy book people. We took a look at this policy. We've done some legwork on it, as Mr. Porter alluded. And I clearly hear the concerns that you bring to the table, and I appreciate them. And I do also sincerely appreciate, I'm humbled that some of you reached out to me to ask my opinion, because I'm just a mensch in the trenches. So I do appreciate when you take the time to ask what we think. It does mean a lot. So I have a request, and I'm wondering if Dr. Solly, Mr. Young, you'd entertain it. Would it be possible for staff to convene a Zoom meeting, something along those lines? I realize we're in the summer, and some of us have flown to the 4 corners of the United States, literally. But could we get together with your staff, with the 4 librarians, at least those that are available, take a look at this policy, share with you our thoughts, and then leave it to you to work with your staff to take our suggestions, your concerns. I recognize your concerns. I recognize the district's concerns to at least provide some guidelines when it comes to liability in children. That's valid. So, and then bring some language back that we can look at and have a further discussion about. But that would be my humble request.
Mr. Nava,
Yes,
members
sir.
of the board, we're bringing this to you. If you have an interest in us meeting with them, we are certainly open and willing to do that.
Absolutely. I'm sure the board's consensus would be to get all these people that are the experts in the field like that to come and give you some suggestions.
The board says yes. So
So your house, a week from Friday, 5 o'clock-ish?
I'll send you the address.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Young.
thank you.
Could I request that maybe a board member or two also be involved in that conversation?
Well, I want to think that, I get your request. I'm also thinking through whether or not we have one or two board members when we're bringing this to you as a rule. That I'm concerned about that. Perhaps a board member sitting in and listening in, but not participating in that process, being that that's happened with negotiations in the past, but I would leave that for you as a board to see if that's what you're interested in. But I think staff having the conversation with the certificated librarians, including Gabby, I think just processing that out loud, I'd be more comfortable doing that so it doesn't put the board member in a place where ultimately we're bringing it to the 7 for whatever future date we come to some agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, President Nava, board members, Mr. Young, Jen Castle from Tokay. I wanted to point out there's also precedent of board members going to ARBA meetings and sitting in, and there's plenty of precedent for that. But here goes my speech. The Harry Potter series, James and the Giant Peach, Where the Wild Things Are, and Frank's Diary of a Young Girl, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. All of these books have been banned by schools in the last 40 years, but some of them have been banned far more recently. Harry Potter books were pulled off of shelves for promoting witchcraft. Where the Wild Things Are might encourage children to have tantrums. The Life of Rosa Parks was banned in Florida in March of this year for reasons that can only be described as pathetically racist. In all of these cases, small groups have made big decisions to remove books from the shelves of libraries. Instead of allowing true parent choice, the books were simply pulled. I teach AP Literature for Tokay and Dual Enrollment English for Delta College. We cover college-level advanced texts that are full of human complexity and sophisticated themes. But what if the small group that is proposed in this report item starts pulling books from our school libraries? The vaguely interpreted Section H in this proposal covers an enormous range of classic literature. First, every book I teach is adult-themed, with adult characters and the complexity of adult conflicts. So that phrase just seems like a giant catch-all. But let's get further into Section H. Are the double suicides in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet examples of intense violence as outlined by Section H? Of course. Are the racist and sexist slurs in Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men profane? Definitely. Are the extramarital affairs in The Great Gatsby sexual? Are they vulgar? Indeed. Is the Holocaust genocide in Elie Wiesel's Night obscene? Absolutely. And as for the graphic nudity, I teach AP Art History. 15% of the images required by those students to learn by College Board feature graphic nudity. Are we pulling pictures of Michelangelo's statue of David like they did in Florida earlier this year? Will my class be dismantled by the morality police? Ultimately, it's subject to the law. Ed Code already spells out procedures for book complaints. Mr. Porter referred to the governor's letter from June 1st. And there is the Island Tree School District versus Pico court case where the Supreme Court ruled that school officials cannot ban books solely based on their content. And this is what the ACLU is using to go after school districts who pull books off of library shelves. All students have a right to an unbiased curriculum. No one, Jewish, Black, LGBTQ+, or any other group of people should feel that school is a hostile environment. Thank you.
Jen. Thank you.
Hello again, my name is Karen Minnick and I'm still at Bear Creek High. My colleagues have stated their position very well, and of course I concur. We beg you to reconsider and reevaluate how you are going to implement this. These required pieces of classic art and literature, I've taught seniors forever, many of the same texts that Jen teaches. They're required because of the messages they contain, and that is education, my friends. What are we teaching kids about the lack of inclusion and the distrust of teachers inherent in this committee? What are we teaching them about the value of art and literature, or even free speech that we are guaranteed in the First Amendment? The one value is the core of this country, and pedagogy itself is freedom of speech. School is where kids come to get truth they crave, not a committee's version of the truth or one parent's exception. We teach kids how to think, not what to think. So empowering a small group to remove any material from all learners is censorship, plain and simple. This is a slippery slope that we need to be very, very careful on in these very trying, politically charged times. So please, remember, we teach kids how to think for themselves, not what to think, and we urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're tall, okay. Hi there, my name is Sarah Pullman. I'm a middle school teacher. I'm at Marada, and I teach primarily reading intervention to English-only students and to ELD students. I hear you, and I appreciate that this is a first read. I appreciate that this is a filter and not a ban. I'm going to repeat what has been stated by the speakers before me. Please be very, very careful and very conscious as you go through this process. We heard a lot of really great reports this evening about the fantastic work that they're doing in the elementary schools to get students reading at grade level by 3rd grade. I want them to keep reading as they go into middle school and through high school, and to do that voluntarily. These most vulnerable students, as we were talking about earlier, they deserve access to books with a range of content, themes, and characters. Books are meant to be both a mirror of the students reading them and a window to see what the other students' lives are like. It's a journey in empathy, it's a journey in escapism, and for many students it's a journey of safety and finding themselves in somewhere to feel safe. It's very easy to take a book off of a shelf and stick it somewhere else. It's not as easy to encourage a reluctant 13-year-old to continue to pick up books. So the more books we have that look like my students and that feature things that my students are dealing with, the more likely we're going to have readers who are continuing to read, able to take those higher level science and math and history courses, and then graduate high school and go on to be functional, useful humans. I also think it's important to acknowledge that we're having this conversation in June, which is Pride Month, as many banned books have LGBTQ+ themes, content, and characters. Those students and those children deserve to see themselves and their friends and everybody in the books that they're reading as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we go from tall to short. Hi, my name is Kristen. I am a parent of a student at Lodi High who is one of these potentially marginalized communities. They are a member of the GSA club at Lodi High, which have expressed a lot of concern over this proposal. Depending on who is on said committee, particularly what people have said, that certain experts have been left off, and that parents are potentially to be on here, that might put some of those kids at risk. The members of the GSA at Lodi High are very afraid. Like literally, I was consoling my child out in the parking lot in tears because they are afraid that in a very conservative place like Lodi, that parents that are on this committee might lean in a way that those books and that community is being targeted. To echo what Sarah said, these kids deserve to see people and stories that look like them, that reflect their lives, and also to be able to see into other people's lives as well. My biggest concern is how the committee members are selected. Again, the fact that there are no librarians on there, that no other literary experts are on there. My other biggest concern would be that the parents that are part of the committee, whether there is any way to vet in the process, that they can remain impartial, that their own personal beliefs or their political leanings do not have a weight or an influence in whether or not these books are decided to be pulled from shelves. I think remaining impartial in a process like this is going to be a really, really big thing, and that is the thing that concerns me, and I'm sure concerns a lot of other parents as well. So I would urge whoever is in charge of the thing to just really be careful about who you are putting on said committee and how the selection process for who those people are going to get selected for this thing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, back again.
And I'm sort of medium height.
Okay. I read this and there's just so many issues. Having an elementary teacher decide whether or not something is appropriate for secondary and vice versa is problematic. The way this committee is to be composed. An elementary teacher, secondary teacher, a curriculum coach. Is the curriculum coach going to be a fluid position? In other words, is that curriculum coach going to be the curriculum coach for science, if it's a science text, if it's are they going to be an elementary or secondary, if it's elementary or secondary, is it going to be for a coach for English or literacy? I mean, you can't just, curriculum coaches have their own specialties, and just choosing a curriculum coach may not be the best person to evaluate a particular text. Same thing with the parent of an elementary school student and the parent of a secondary school student. Okay, again, different viewpoints for different age groups. What's appropriate? Okay, I'm just going to tell you, and then going back to section H. If it weren't for the Captain Underpants series, my son would never have started reading. And it fits all this criteria. Does it talk about things that people can find offensive? Absolutely. Does it talk about defecation? Absolutely. But it got him to read. I mean, come on. And I know that this series has been around for decades. And I know that other parents, especially parents of boys, have said the same thing. That this is something that, yeah, it got their kid at least interested in reading because it was something that was interesting to them. And we all know how younger kids, especially boys, love bathroom humor. What's the harm? But somebody could come in and say, hey, under this, oh no, it's offensive, it's got to go. Just like the other examples that my colleagues and parents have talked about. So I don't know. Again, and going back to science, I teach science. I will tell you, practically everything that I teach as a middle school science teacher can fall into these categories. I had a parent come and talk to me because we were talking about genetics. We were talking about sexual reproduction and how genes are passed forward. Well, even just the word sexual, she came down my throat, and I'm like going, we're not talking about the act of sex itself. We are talking about the fact that in this form of reproduction, we have two parents and we get genes from one parent and genes from another. And because this parent did not know biology, it didn't matter because all she saw was the word sex.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins.
So.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Young. My name is Sam Harper. I'm here with my wife, Becky, and we have two kids that attend Lodi Unified. Our daughter just finished her first year at Lodi High. She had a great year. It was good. We're very pleased. But there was something that came up this year during her English class that really caught us off guard as parents. And so we're here tonight to share that with you. During her English class, she read a book entitled An Epic Love Story, with which she participated in small group discussions, and she did written work and then created a final project and an oral presentation. When she was about 80% of the way through the book and done with the assignment, it came to our attention that this book contained extremely descriptive and inappropriate sexual content that we did not feel was appropriate for a young girl of her age. My wife, Becky, brought this to the teacher's attention and requested that an alternate assignment be provided. And the only thing we got in response was an extremely unreasonable assignment with an unreasonable timeline, thus putting the burden back on our daughter and strong-arming the content onto her. And so, for the balance of my time, I just want to read, for sake of illustration, some of the content that came out of this book, and then my wife is going to come up and kind of use her time to share our thoughts. So, bear with me, this is graphic, as I mentioned, but I think it's necessary to be shared for sake of illustration. So, this first encounter comes from page 208, and it describes an oral sexual encounter. He's breathing hard, making enough noise that I'm really freaking happy that his mother's out of the house, especially since I'm being just as loud, if not louder. He lets go of me, and before I can even mourn the loss, his mouth is on me, and my hands are in his curls, my back lifting up off his bed, his hands tugging me up, deeper into his mouth, and holy shit, we've never done this before, and I feel like I'm about to come instantly, which would be humiliating. And the second excerpt comes from page 237 and on to 238. Are you okay if I'm on top? It's a scary thought, but I'm pretty sure I want him to be. I nod and we're still kissing. He pauses and reaches for his nightstand, opens up a drawer and pulls out a tube of lube. For some reason, the lube is what makes me more embarrassed about any of this. He kisses me again, blocking my view, so I can't really see what he's doing. Can only feel his hand, slippery and warm, pressing into me, literally inside of me, and it really effing hurts. He buries his face into my neck, his finger moving around, and I can tell he's trying to be gentle. He asks if it's okay, and he can't really say it out loud, but I know what he means. I nod. Ollie pulls away, seems to swipe a condom out of midair, rolls it on, and a wave of nerves wash over me. And the page goes on to describe this sexual encounter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, that was a little disturbing for me. Thank you. My name is Becky Harper. My husband just spoke earlier. The people in charge of screening the books for which our daughter read in school failed. Our daughter chose this book as part of an assignment from a list provided by the teacher. The list didn't provide a warning or information to our daughter regarding the graphic nature contained within this book. The teacher couldn't have provided such a warning because when asked, she had never read the book. To the best of our understanding, she placed it on a list because there were multiple copies available in the school library. As such, there was an assumption made that since it was in the school library, it must be age appropriate. Ultimately, our voice as parents was never considered. We weren't given notice nor asked permission as her parents for her to read such a book. My husband read excerpts from the book, and I believe it's fair to say that if such content were in a movie, it would be rated R. Movies have ratings for the purpose of informing viewers of the type of content contained within that movie. Part of this is for helping recommend and inform age appropriateness. Children under the age of 17 cannot enter R-rated movies without an adult. Let's skip forward. We found ourselves wondering how many other books within the school library may fall within the same category.
Because of this, we're happy to see and are in support of the revamping of the Book Reconsideration Board. I would hope that the purpose of this board would be to remove books like what my daughter was exposed to while keeping true classics and revered literature and art that do have an important place in the educational environment. We're not advocating for censorship, but we are advocating for the ongoing curation of materials that are appropriate to provide a rich and diverse learning environment. I am very much in favor of having parents and as many seats as possible on the Book Reconsideration Board. Involved and informed parents are the adults that have the most direct and pure interest in the students in mind. They are not conflicted with paychecks, union representation, or social pressures. I am also in favor of not having students or librarians on the board. It's my understanding that books get added to the library often through student requests, as what happened with this book. And then the librarian orders it and puts it on the shelf. So if allowed to be on the board, the students and librarians would be overseeing the theme that they currently directly control, thus creating a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
Not really a comment, just a quick question, and I apologize, I should know this, but I don't. I'm just wondering, I know Mr. Young had mentioned that the librarians select these books, but at an elementary and a middle school, we don't have librarians, we have library media assistants, so who selects those books at an elementary or a middle school?
Often at the elementary, it's teachers recommend to the library staff, or in consultation with other sites, there are some collaborative efforts to order books. Often books are ordered from popular selling books or most recently released or recognized books for some reason or other. So there's more of a collaborative effort as far as the collective efficacy of the school site ordering their elementary library.
And I was just curious why we don't have librarians at elementary or middle schools. Why is it only the high schools?
Mr. Young?
I don't have an answer to that question. I haven't thought about that as it pertains to the reconsideration committee. However, I do know at the high school level, the need for the librarians is because of the level of literature specifically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes our report. Now, Mr. Young, you have any questions for the board on what we would like for you to do?
I feel like we have direction from the board that we need to have some additional follow-up conversations. And from that, we can bring back any revisions that we believe would be appropriate. As of right now, we do have board rule. It already exists. We also have that board policy, and they guide how we will move forward as it pertains to constituent concerns regarding current resources.
Thank you. Like I said, I mentioned before, let's utilize all the experts that we can, that we have in the field, and that would be satisfactory to the board, I think. And
I will send an email out to board members to see who might be interested in listening in on that conversation. I know I've heard from Sherry Alexander, but I want to make sure that is all board members are aware, and we can, without having a quorum, have
right,
board members
absolutely. Two board members will be good. Board members, any other things? I'm sorry. Follow the agenda. I got off track here a little bit. Okay, let's have some comments from employee and group representatives.
Lisa Wilkins, President, Lodi Education Association. I don't know if the board is aware, but I know that you remember that LEA presented its reopeners months ago, and finally last month, the district gave their reopeners. However, we have been asking for dates to bargain since like April. And there have been a couple of things that have come across, some MOUs that the district wants us to consider, and we've been asking for dates to bargain, and we've not gotten any dates at all. I understand we are in a period of transition, but there are some issues that will affect teachers in the 23-24 school year, which officially starts on July 1st. So yes, we'd like to get these bargained, and now with people teaching summer school or out on vacation, things like that, it is, even though we were presented with these MOUs well before the end of school, we have still not been able to get anyone to bargain. So I would like the board to give direction to the superintendent and Dr. Dosti, our new assistant superintendent of personnel, to get to the bargaining table. And secondly, I still would like to see the full revision of Mr. Young's contract posted somewhere so that people, the community, can see what is going on. And one of the things I noticed that was done verbally but was not written in the contract was that you had said that Mr. Young would be eligible for a $10,000 a year raise if and when he completed his doctorate in education. And that was expressed verbally. I would love to see my teachers get $10,000 a year if they have an EdD. We don't get anything near that for having that level of education. So again, in the spirit of fairness, if you're going to offer it to our superintendent, I believe you should offer that same level for those teachers who put in the time, treasure, and their effort to get that degree. There's not a lot of them, but I know we have a few. And thanks. I hope you guys have a great summer.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good evening, Mr. Nava, members of the board, Mr. Young. I know it's late and we all want to go home. I don't come up here a lot and talk a lot or say a lot of things, but I just really feel like my wind's been knocked out of my sail tonight a little bit on behalf of the classified staff. I don't want to say anything bad about anyone's position or anything like that, and everybody works hard and is, positions are there based off their qualifications, and I respect that. I was a little taken back when reading the amendments to the superintendent's contract. Off the top of my head, I want to say his current automobile allowance is $400 or $500, I think, off the top of my head, based off previous conversations. $1,000 is a lot of money for a car. I don't know. I just feel, I know it's there, he's worked hard, he has an education, I'm not trying to discredit that. I think it's great that Ms. Jensen got her position, her job description looked at. But classified doesn't have an opportunity to do that. When we bring up things like that, we're told to take it to the bargaining table. I get that CTE is funded based off grants and it's a total different funding. I understand that. But I just kind of feel like the wind's been knocked out of my sail tonight. Like I said, only 5 HVAC technicians and we're contracting out for $20,000. It's the little things sometimes that go a long way. I don't know if you realize that or not, but, so, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Comments from the board?
I just
Oh,
curious.
can access.
You get paid for this? You said you get, the rest of you guys get paid? Just checking, okay. That's it.
Okay. I don't know what that meant, but anyway.
Yeah. I would just like to say thank you to everybody who stuck it out tonight and the comments that came for being very passionate about a very probably passionate subject for many. I want to encourage everybody to have a good summer. Summer school's in session, and I want to commend all those employees that are working summer school and continuing to help our kids. There's a lot of you out there giving up your time for that, and I encourage all of the employees to take care of themselves a little bit and make sure you do something nice for yourself this summer.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Kind words. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh, Ms. Ford.
My favorite time of year, summer school.
Yes, summer school.
Summer school started.
You got a schedule?
Yep, I got a schedule. And I have to tell you, my favorite topic, Apex. I had a dad today where I was burying my head in my coffee and I did not want to talk to him. He said his son finished first science in 2 days. That's 4 hours. He finished the semester off of Apex in 2 days. That's amazing. I'm so proud of him. I told the dad he did a great job.
48 hours, huh?
Yeah. And 4 hours of seat time though too. 2 hours first day, 2 hours second day. So when we talk about rigor, when we talk about teachers trying to get credit for classes, and we talk about how well we're doing with our reading and so forth, how can we offer that program where you can knock out a semester in 2 days? I want you to think about that. A semester. This kid's on track to do 4 classes. 4 semester classes in 22 days. We talk about rigor, we want our kids to be achievers and so forth. Apex. And I'm not blaming the kid, I'm not blaming the dad. We offer it. The board offers it. Something to think about. I think it's educational suicide, homicide, murder, whatever.
Homicide.
Yeah, something, because for you to be able to pick up 5 semester units in 4 hours seat time is awesome. We should offer it to our teachers, to our our support staff, give them those kind of credits. 4 hours seat time, we'll give you 5 semester units. If you move up the little ladder, we're doing it for our kids. Something to think about. That's all I got, Mr. Nod.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you.
All right. I got, it's not really a surprise, but I would like to cancel next meeting this month.
You beat me to the punchline. I was going to ask if that's what you were interested in.
Yes, I think we got, unless you have some real important business that we have to take care of, I don't think so, because today you passed the budget and LCAP, and you're going to do a lot of homework, so we need the time for you guys to do that.
We will not bring board rule back to you next Tuesday.
No, not necessarily, no. But other than that, I want to wish all people that are here a good break. Take a break, you know. I know you guys are employed for 300 days a year or something, or 400, I don't know how many. But take a break when you take a break. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, because I've enjoyed 18 years of it, and I love what I do, and I love kids, and I'm passionate about education. So what else is new? I need a motion to adjourn. Mr. Stroh, motion that we adjourn, second by Ms. McFarland. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, motion carries, meeting adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Jill, I'm sorry. She had so much she asked me to